Yo, 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 yo. Come on. Big up everybody, man. Freestyle Friday. What am I talking about Freestyle Friday? No, the big Saturday stream. The big Saturday stream. I just said this all already. You know the ones there. Yeah, oh yeah. Big up Shaka. Big up Silverback. Done now. Every time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. What you lot up to, man? Saturday, man. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. You get me? Yeah, you know how we do over here. We doing entertainment. So yeah. You get me? Should we start? Should we start? Should we go in early? You've been waiting. I understand. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Hit the subscribe. You get me? So you know. So you get the notifications. You get me? All right, all right, all right. I'm sounding like Veli. You get me? You get me? Yeah, yeah. But all right, I got this little video. I got a couple of videos still. Usual. You know what I mean? Saturday, we're gonna sit through. We're gonna listen. You get me? Well, I'll get a few things done. But yeah, we here, man. Big up, man. All right, let me go on mute.
Who is the Buddha? Maybe you've seen statues or images like this fat, laughing Buddha. This friendly image fits the common perception of Buddhism as being about peace and happiness. But as it turns out, this popular laughing Buddha is actually the standard depiction of Budai, a possibly historical 10th century Chinese monk that some Chinese Buddhists venerate as an incarnation of the future Buddha. But he's not the Buddha in the sense that we usually mean it. Instead, the Buddha that we're going to talk about today is the Buddha known as Siddhartha Gautama, a teacher who lived around northern India and southern Nepal in the 5th century BCE. His teachings grew into what we now know as Buddhism. You've probably heard the standard story of Siddhartha Gautama, as pictured in movies such as The Little Buddha, starring Keanu Reeves. According to this story, there was a wealthy but sheltered prince who one day left his palace walls and encountered sickness, old age, and death. Troubled by this experience, he left his royal life to search for a way out of suffering. He eventually attained awakening and became known as the Buddha. Then he spent the rest of his life teaching others how to overcome suffering. But before we get into that, I want to ask what might seem like a weird question. When does the life of the Buddha actually start? Well, we might say sometime in the 5th century BCE, with his birth in the earthly body that would eventually attain enlightenment according to Buddhist tradition. But Buddhists have different assumptions about how the universe works, so the answer is not quite so simple as his birthday. In this video, we'll talk about the general Buddhist understanding of the Buddha, who he is, where he came from, and what he did, as well as what scholars believe about the Buddha as a historical figure. To start to understand who the Buddha is, let's start with the word itself, Buddha. Literally, the term Buddha comes from the Sanskrit root bud, which means to wake up. So the term Buddha literally means the awakened one. And so the term Buddha is a title, not a personal name. But why the awakened one? What is he waking up from? To answer that, let's turn to Buddhist cosmology, as depicted in this schematic representation of the universe known as a Bhava Chakra, or a wheel of life. This example on screen is relatively recent, but these types of images have a long history in Buddhism. So let's take a look. One key point to understand about the Wheel of Life is that it works like a wheel, which is to say it goes round and round endlessly. And this is because early Buddhists, like most South Asians, believed in rebirth. That is, after you die, that's not the end of the road. Instead, you're reborn at some other place in the cycle. Perhaps here in the realm of the gods, or maybe here in the realm of the hell beings, or maybe here in the realm of the animals. And this goes on and on infinitely. Eventually, all beings die and are reborn, even the gods. Importantly, Buddhists did not think that some creator god created this cycle. It just is. And while it might sound cool to constantly be reborn, that's not generally how Buddhists viewed it throughout history. Instead, this endless cycle of being born, suffering, and then dying, and then being reborn, suffering, and then dying, was thought to be painful and something to be escaped. The term for this endless, painful cycle is samsara. The Buddha is the one who has overcome the suffering of samsara by attaining nirvana, a term that we can translate as awakening or enlightenment. Because once the Buddha has attained nirvana, he's no longer subject to samsara and its endless cycles of death and rebirth. The Buddha is also someone who teaches other beings to escape it as well. So, to return to the title, Buddha, the awakened one, he is the one who has woken up to see the nature of reality, while all other beings stumble through samsara in a dreamlike, ignorant state. In fact, according to traditional Buddhist cosmology, there actually have been many Buddhas. Buddhist tradition maintains that our Buddha is Siddhartha Gautama, but according to a Buddhist understanding, he's only one in a long line of Buddhas. So, how does that work? Remember that time is largely cyclical in a Buddhist understanding. This means that it has been going on for a long, long time, maybe even an infinite, beginningless time. Every so often, a being realizes the nature of reality, becomes a Buddha, and teaches other beings the path to awakening. Unfortunately, each time a Buddha comes into being, his teachings are gradually forgotten over time, and the world again enters into a period of ignorance. And at some later point, another Buddha arises. So remember our friend Budai, who some think will be a future Buddha. Each of them teaches the same teaching, what Buddhists call the Dharma. And that's because the fundamental nature of suffering and the path to overcome it never changes. Our Buddha then doesn't claim to be teaching anything new. He maintained that he had rediscovered the same truth that many before him had discovered. So in that sense, to understand the life of the Buddha according to Buddhist tradition, we need to understand that he is one in a long line of Buddhas, each teaching the same truth. But if there are many Buddhas, how does he become a Buddha? How did our Buddha become the Buddha? According to Buddhist doctrine, becoming a Buddha is the result of a long process of gradual training and perfection that takes place over billions of lifetimes. And that begins with a vow. Some Buddhist traditions tell the story in this way. Long ago, it was the time of a previous Buddha named Dipamkara. Dipamkara attracted great crowds to hear him teach. One of the people who came to these teachings was named Sumedha. As Dipamkara was walking, Sumedha noticed that there was a big mud puddle that Dipamkara was about to walk through. Not wanting this honored Buddha to get dirty, Sumedha laid down on the road and spread his hair over the mud puddle, so Dipamkara could walk over it without getting muddy. And when Dipamkara noticed Sumedha doing this, he made a prediction. He pointed at Sumedha and said, "One day you will be born as Siddhartha Gautama, and you will attain awakening and become a Buddha." And Sumedha heard this and vowed that one day he would become a Buddha. This set him on a long journey of training and gradually accumulating the virtues and good karma over the course of billions of lifetimes that would one day enable him to attain awakening. The Buddhist tradition remembers these millions and millions of lifetimes in a genre of literature known as the Jataka, or birth stories. These are accounts of the Buddha's former lives prior to achieving Buddhahood. During this time before the Buddha is awakened, and therefore is not yet a Buddha, he's known in the Sanskrit language as the Bodhisattva, one whose being, or sattva, is oriented toward awakening, Bodhi. In one story, the Bodhisattva is a monkey king who uses his own body as a bridge to help his monkey subjects flee from an attacking army. In another, he's a prince who sees a hungry tigress who's about to die and leave her 5 little cubs to starve as well. And the prince sacrifices his own body to feed the tigress so that she can feed her cubs. In each of these stories, the Bodhisattva practices virtues and skills that he'll need to attain enlightenment. These include patience, compassion, insight, meditation, wisdom, and perhaps most importantly, generosity. After many millions of lives, gradually accumulating virtue and good karma, the Bodhisattva is finally born in what the Buddhist tradition considers to be his last human body, Siddhartha Gautama. Up until now, we've been exploring the traditional Buddhist account of the Buddha's life. But now we can ask, what do we know about the Buddha as a historical figure? He was born in southern Nepal at a place called Lumbini, located near the modern border with India. He was thus born and raised in a multi-religious context, particularly a context influenced by Vedic Brahmanism. His name Siddhartha means he who accomplishes his goal, and the name Gautama indicates the clan he was born into. His people were the Sakyas, which is why he's sometimes called Sakyamuni Buddha, and he was probably born around the 5th century BCE. Now, I'm emphasizing that probably because scholars debate the historical facts of the Buddha's life. What makes it tricky is that there are not many historical records from this time or place, nor is there much archaeological evidence that scholars can turn to. We do have Buddhist accounts of the Buddha's life. The earliest are contained in the Pali Canon, which is said to be the record of the Buddha's teachings given during his lifetime. These texts were said to have been memorized by the Buddha's followers after his death and then written down around the 1st century BCE, so hundreds of years after the Buddha's life. But scholars maintain that a significant portion of the material dates back at least to the 3rd century BCE. So, what do they say about the Buddha's life? Well, unfortunately, not much. Interestingly, in these early texts, the Buddha only makes the most vague references to his past and doesn't ever give the full story of his birth and early life. For example, let's take a look at a book called The Noble Search. Scholars think it's one of the earliest autobiographical accounts of the Buddha's life, dating to as early as the 4th century BCE, and thus at least within the first few centuries after the Buddha's death. In it, the Buddha describes his past in this way. Later, while still young, a black-haired young man endowed with the blessing of youth, in the prime of life, though my mother and father wished otherwise, and wept with tearful faces, I shaved off hair and beard, put on the yellow robe, and went forth from the home life into homelessness. In other words, when the Buddha was young, he gave up ordinary life to take up the robes of an ascetic wanderer, walking from place to place, begging for food instead of having an ordinary home life. Now, notice that this is a relatively simple story, but later Buddhists expanded these early accounts into more elaborate versions of the Buddha's life story that flesh out the Buddha as a character. The version I'm going to tell you is probably the most popular version, but it dates to the 5th century CE, over 800 years after the death of the Buddha. It's one of many texts that tell the story of the Buddha's life in great detail. Now, we as historians should note that these versions are relatively late, and they contain much that the historical Buddha likely never taught. But these stories are also important because these stories are what later Buddhists told themselves to help understand the Buddha's teachings. According to these accounts of the life of the Buddha, the being who became the Buddha was born as a prince. His birth is foretold by all kinds of wondrous signs. For example, his mother dreams that a white elephant enters her side, and shortly after discovers that she's pregnant. And when he was born, his first action was to take 7 steps to the north and proclaim, "I am chief of the world." In this version, Siddhartha led a sheltered life, away from any experience of pain or suffering. He married a beautiful princess, has a son, and lives a seemingly comfortable life. But one day, the gods give Siddhartha the idea to see what life outside the palace is like. Siddhartha convinces a chariot driver named Channa to take him around. On his journey, he has what becomes known as the 4 sights. First, he sees an old man, and he says, "What's that?" And Channa tells him, "Old age comes for all people." Second, he sees a sick man, and he asks Channa, "What's that?" And Channa tells him, "No man lives without becoming sick at least once." Third, he sees a dead man, and he asks, "What is that?" And Channa tells him, "All people eventually die." Siddhartha is horrified and asks, "Will this happen to me, to my wife, to my son?" And Channa informs him that death comes for all beings. According to the story, this is the first time that Siddhartha had ever heard that people get old and die. Suddenly, Siddhartha realizes that all his money, all the good food and beautiful things in the palace will not last forever. It's all going to come to an end. He realizes that the world he's living in is samsara, an endless cycle of birth, suffering, death, and rebirth. And he begins to feel unsatisfied with life as he's been living it. And then comes the 4th sight. He sees someone sitting in meditation, and Siddhartha asks, "Now, what is that?" Channa replies that the man is seeking a way out of old age, sickness, and death. And so, right at that moment, Siddhartha has this sudden realization about the fact of suffering. He also learns that people are seeking a way to overcome it. At this point, Siddhartha wants to search for a way out of suffering. He decides to leave behind life at the palace, including his wife and small child, in a search of a solution to the problem of suffering. Now, abandoning your wife and kid might seem incomprehensible, but from Siddhartha's perspective, he could best care for his son by finding a solution to the problems of existence. So Siddhartha sets out from his life in the palace and lives the life of a wandering religious beggar. He studies with various teachers, but none of them can answer all of his questions. He even tries fasting in order to try and control his mind. And so for 6 years, Siddhartha does these harsh practices and grows painfully skinny. Eventually, he realizes that this is not actually helping him solve the problem of suffering. All it's doing is making his body weak. So he decides to start eating again to have the strength to do what must be done. Then he goes to sit under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya in modern-day Bihar. A demon tries to tempt him and distract him, but to no avail. Eventually, Siddhartha realizes the nature of reality. He attains awakening, and he understands the path out of birth, illness, suffering, and death. We'll talk about in a future video what exactly his realization is, but the important thing to know now is that he's the Buddha. He then proceeds to spend the next 45 years teaching and gathering disciples before finally dying at the age of 80. One aspect of the story you might have noticed is that the Buddha is often portrayed as a special, almost quasi-divine being. In the story, there are miraculous signs, the intervention of gods, and various other superhuman elements. This might surprise some people today because many modern forms of Buddhism downplay the supernatural. But for most of Buddhist history, Buddhists maintained that the world is populated by various visible and invisible beings, including powerful gods and demons, and that the Buddha himself had special abilities. Now, he's still a human and not a god, but he's often portrayed with supernatural powers. The fact that so many people today downplay these supernatural elements is largely the product of modernist forms of Buddhism that have emerged since the 19th century. But we'll leave that topic for a future video. To conclude, one important takeaway from studying the life of the Buddha is that there are in fact many lives of the Buddha according to Buddhist tradition. This is true for Buddhists in the sense that our Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, is held to be only one in a long line of Buddhas who have taught a path out of suffering. Each of these Buddhas in turn has many lives. This is because the Buddhist tradition maintains that it takes billions and billions of lifetimes of gradually practicing virtues like compassion and generosity in order to become the Buddha. We can also take a step back as historians of Buddhism and say that there are many lives of the Buddha in the sense that there are many versions of the Buddha. Over the 2,500-year-long history of Buddhism, Buddhists have told and retold the story of the line of the Buddha, reshaping it for various purposes. Different ways of telling the story ground different sorts of practices and different views of what the Buddhist tradition actually is. This proliferation of the lives of the Buddha continues to this day, as people retell the story of the life of the Buddha in order to imagine new ways of overcoming the suffering that all of us face.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. That was episode 2 in a multi-part series on Buddhism. Episode 3 will focus on Buddhist meditation, and I'm already working on videos on specific traditions within Buddhism.
We are a hologram that was created from the sixth dimension. We are connected to this.
They started this shit again. They started this shit again. Come on. We are what from the fifth dimension? What? Yeah. Nah, this is crazy. Hold on. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Sixth dimension, because we are meant to be the creators of our own reality. The sixth dimension is not building realities from above. They are building realities from within. The zodiac is the process towards evolution, a way in which the ancient people tried to explain what was the information that each one of those portals has to give us. Use that energy and that information to create our own reality.
This guy's nuts. Yeah, bloody pseudo-Europeans, man. Goddamn.
Thanks to the Great Courses Plus for supporting this episode. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religionforbreakfast to check out their huge library of lectures and courses taught by top-notch scholars in their fields. Kabbalah, sometimes anglicized as Kabbalah, is often defined as Jewish mysticism.
Uh-oh.
But it's one of those concepts that's not only difficult to define, but constantly exoticized and stereotyped. For example, the pop star Madonna embedded Kabbalistic imagery into her 2002 music video for the James Bond film Die Another Day, which we'll examine later in this video. Generally speaking, though, mysticism refers to an experiential, spiritual endeavor to encounter or invoke the divine in this world. So this would include religious experiences of the divine, like ecstatic visions, rituals to try to access divine presence or to trigger transformative inner experiences. Mysticism can also refer to works of literature related to these themes. And though many Kabbalists could be described as ecstatic visionaries, the earliest Kabbalists were Jewish teachers, theologians, and philosophers. Most were the educated elite of medieval Europe, living in Spain and France, writing new and innovative studies on Jewish texts.
Yeah. Come on, people. Yeah. Everybody gonna get this work today. You get me? We're gonna learn something new. That's what we do around here at F.T.K. You get me? Facts, truth, knowledge, man. Kalas.
And concepts about mystical contemplation of the divine realms, the nature of God, the purpose of humanity, and the creation of the universe. The Hebrew word Kabbalah derives from the verb to receive and could be translated as that.
We would say pause. But yeah, continue.
At which has been received, or simply tradition. The scholar Joseph Dan writes that Kabbalah is thus a claim by Jewish spiritualists from the Middle Ages to this day that they received a tradition that was held secret for many centuries.
Oops. You get it? We say that. Shh. Yes, it's not really secret, is it? If we know about it.
Secret or hidden wisdom that they believed was originally passed down to Moses at Mount Sinai and transmitted through the centuries to medieval Kabbalists. Kabbalah should not be described as a distinct branch of Judaism, in the same way that we talk about conservative Judaism or Orthodox Judaism or Reconstructionist Judaism, nor should it be defined as a unified or coherent system, but rather...
He's lying. So it all comes under Judaism. If you look up the word Judaism, you will find what it covers. Sorry. Do you get what I'm saying? And Kabbalah is one of the practices and one of the things that is essential within it. So, like, what is he talking about? What are you doing? Huh? Maybe you're Jewish? Anyway, let's move forward.
Traditions encompassing several modes of reading, a library of texts, a series of concepts, and a range of practices within Judaism that is concerned with mystical contemplation. There's a lot...
Mystical contemplation, like the stylist, the smoothness, the slickness of the words. Yeah, it's just judge. Yeah, they're doing judge.
To cover, so let's get into it. First, the origins of Kabbalah. Kabbalah emerged in Southern Europe in the 12th century in several major...
Southern Europe, yeah. Say nothing.
Major centers of learning, including Provence and southern France, and areas on the Iberian Peninsula, including Girona and the region of Castile. But Jewish mysticism has a long history that stretches back hundreds of years before this. You can find mystical texts in the Hebrew Bible itself, such as the book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the
mud thing. It's bare. The Bible is a book full of bare mysticism going on, bare gods, bare stuff going on. It's wow. It's interesting. Let's move forward.
So-called Hekhalot literature and the Merkavah literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the Late Antique period. These texts focus on the creation of the universe and journeys into the heavens to reveal the structure of the divine realms. There's also late antique Jewish magical texts like the Sefer HaRazim, the Book of Secrets, which describes, among other things, how to conduct magical incantations using the names of angels. But despite...
Whoa. you just go overlook that. That's nothing. No, it's just a quick, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just we just use angels' names to do judge. I'm out.
Despite this rich body of Jewish mystical texts, scholars do not consider them to be Kabbalistic texts. According to Gershom Scholem, the father of the modern academic study of Kabbalah, the
Mhm.
first true work of Kabbalah is probably the Sefer HaBahir, which dates to the late 12th century. Scholars argue that the Bahir is the earliest Kabbalistic text because it introduces 3 new ideas into Jewish mysticism that almost all later Kabbalists adopted. Number 1, the idea that the divine world is composed of 10 divine powers known in later texts as Sfirot. Number 2, the idea that one of the divine powers is feminine, which formally introduces the idea of gender dualism into
Uh-oh.
later Kabbalah.
Uh-oh.
And
Uh-oh. Gender dualism. Sandy and the King. Gender dualism. That does that mean trans? Does that mean LGBT? Hmm. It's fundamental in their thing. My thing. I'm out.
Number 3, the idea that the divine powers can be described with the allegory of a tree. You've probably seen schematic drawings of this tree around the internet if you've done
Yeah, any for any of you Israelites running around talking about it's the powers, it's the powers. This is probably what you're referring to, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Ain't got nothing to do with you, but now you got roped in. I know Beefy can attest to that. But yeah, them out here talking about no, this word means the powers. It doesn't mean this. It means the powers. The powers. Look upon the powers, no? Look upon the powers. Judge. Make sure you know what you're doing. You're doing Israelite stuff or you're doing Jewish mysticism and stuff, these man, Canaanite stuff. Mud.
even a cursory study into Kabbalah. The Bahir was not created in a vacuum, though. It reworks proto-Kabbalistic ideas found in earlier books, such as the Sefer Yetzirah, which was probably composed sometime in the late antique period. We're really not sure. But by the 10th century, Jewish scholars were writing all sorts of commentaries on this book. The Sefer Yetzirah laid out the groundwork for Kabbalistic speculation about the 10 divine powers or emanations called Sfirot, as well as the mystical meaning of numbers and Hebrew letters, both topics we'll return to.
Hebrew math. Anyone out here doing Hebrew math? This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Yeah? You're doing Kabbalah. Get it right. Yeah, this is not for the original Israelites, black Israelites. This is something else. I'm telling you. Satan.
To shortly. So the general takeaways for the origins of Kabbalah. Kabbalah emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries in southwestern Europe. Following the appearance of the Bahir, several circles of Kabbalistic teachers and mystics emerged, including around Isaac the Blind in Provence, Nachmanides in Girona, and Abraham Abulafia in the region of Castile, who was
Mud. Look at these guys. Mud. Yeah. This is crazy.
known for experiential ecstatic Kabbalah. Each and every one of these men deserved their own thoroughgoing examinations, but in general, all of them were participating in a scholarly endeavor, writing commentaries on the Torah, essays on rabbinic law, sharing prayer techniques and sermons. In other words, they were writing the same sort of genres that Jewish writers were making for centuries. It's not like there was an official division between Kabbalistic texts on one hand and non-Kabbalistic texts on the other hand. The scholar of Kabbalah, Dr. Joseph Dan, argues that these 3 components that I mentioned earlier are generally useful for identifying a work as being part of Kabbalah. But here I'll add the disclaimer that this is not a perfect rubric because Kabbalah is so diverse. There's almost always an exception.
Oh, is it?
But let's turn to some of the most prominent ideas. First, one of the main ideas shared by almost all Kabbalists is the concept of Ein Sof, literally translated as no end or infinite. We can think of Ein Sof as an infinite impersonal God or supreme entity that we cannot describe with our own human faculties. In the words of the medieval French rabbi Isaac the Blind, Ein Sof is that which is not conceivable by thinking. To use an example from astrophysics, Ein Sof is kind of like dark matter. It's a placeholder for something that we just cannot perceive ourselves with our own senses. Ein Sof is important not just because it illustrates how mystics viewed God, but also how they viewed the universe. The great 16th century Kabbalist, Isaac Luria, developed a theory of cosmogony, or in other words, an explanation for the beginning of the universe. And he based it on Ein Sof, calling it Tzimtzum, translated as contraction. His theory of Tzimtzum goes something like this. First, in the beginning, there was only Ein Sof. Ein Sof then contracted, leaving a space in which our world developed. This means that our world only occupies a small portion of the universe. Between Ein Sof and our world, though, there are things called sfirot, which I mentioned in the earlier discussion about the book Behir.
What?
Now, it's impossible to define sfirot because Kabbalists throughout time have held many different ideas about them, but some think of them as layers of existence, 10 divine powers or emanations of Ein Sof that are ordered in a hierarchy that together represent the power of the Godhead. Like I said earlier, you've probably seen depictions of the 10 Sfirot, since they're often portrayed as a tree or corresponding to different parts of the human body. Some scholars would say that the concept of Sfirot is the clearest indication of a Kabbalistic worldview. If a text mentions the Sfirot, it's a pretty safe assumption that it relies on Kabbalistic tradition, though again, there are always exceptions. We can think of the Sfirot as divine intermediaries between us and the ultimate unknowable Godhead. The one at the top is the closest to Ein Sof, and the one at the bottom, called the Shekhinah, is the one that we humans most intimately interact with, the divine power closest to the material created world. Interestingly, the Sfirot are gendered. Kabbalists conceived of the Shekhinah as feminine and often described as God's bride. Each of the Sfirot is male or female, but most have both male and female parts, and each one can be male in relation to one and female in relation to the other.
Whoa. We know what that is. Are people trying to treat me like I'm stupid? Yeah. Did I not say tranny? And what's the other thing? What do you call it? Hermaphrodite? This is the idea of hermaphrodite. It's crazy. They've been doing practicing this for a time.
This gendering of the Godhead gives us a look into another important part of Kabbalah, sexuality. The best example of this comes in the most important book in all of Kabbalah, the Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. One scholar of Kabbalah calls the Zohar the highest expression of Jewish literary imagination in the Middle Ages. It's considered by many the core text of Kabbalah, and although I call it a book, the Zohar really should be described as a body of literature. The Stanford University Press translation and commentary of the Zohar required 12 volumes to publish it. So yeah, it's not a book in the strictest sense of the word. The Zohar emerged in the 13th century from Castile, one of the major centers of Kabbalah. Most critical scholars today agree that it was composed by a rabbi named Moses de Leon. De Leon wrote it in a distinct dialect of Aramaic, mixed with Hebrew, and he framed the text as being written in the 2nd century by its main character, Shimon Bar Yochai, a real historical sage living in the 2nd century. Many Orthodox Jews today maintain that it was written by Shimon Bar Yochai himself. The Zohar is primarily a commentary on the Torah, but it reads somewhat like a mystical novel. In the book, Shimon Bar Yochai travels with his disciples around the Galilee, meeting different characters, learning and sharing mystical teachings. The Zohar develops many of the major themes of Kabbalah, including the gendering of both the Sfirot and the mystic's ultimate mission. The connection between Sfirot becomes erotic. Some are givers, some are receptors, and the mystic's ultimate mission is to initiate an erotic marriage between God and the Shekhinah. Even the search for mystical knowledge becomes sexualized in the Zohar. In one romantic passage based on the intensely erotic Song of Songs, a man passes by the house of a female lover who is a metaphor for the Torah. The man waits time and time again for the woman to reveal herself to him fully. The text says, "Hence the Torah is revealed and concealed, and lovingly goes to its lover to arouse love with him." This passage is an analogy for how some Jewish mystics view Kabbalistic practice. The Kabbalist peels back layers upon layers of understanding until the most hidden, and therefore most holy, knowledge of the scripture reveals itself. One way to describe this layered approach to the Torah is through an acronym called PARDES, which means orchard. In this acronym, each Hebrew letter stands for a different level of meaning. We won't get into what each letter stands for, but the last letter, Samek, stands for Sod, which means secret. Sod refers to the ultimate esoteric knowledge that every Kabbalist seeks. Kabbalists try to reach Sod through the text, literally. The 22 Hebrew letters, biblical passages, and Hebrew names of God are central to Kabbalah. For Kabbalists, Hebrew is a divine language, and the Torah is a living divine document. The school of the Kabbalist Abraham Abulafia believed that each letter has mystical meaning. Writing or chanting letters in specific ways brings them to life, or can help you achieve communion with the divine. Abulafia wrote, when you begin to recite the letter Aleph, since Aleph points to the secret of unity, do not lengthen its recitation except according to the measure of one breath. And chant the Aleph and every letter you recite with terror, awe, and fear, coupled with the gladness of the soul in its comprehension, which is great.
This is George, man. What the hell are you doing, man? Aleph, bait. You know what I mean? Alphabet. Any words of the alphabet. It's got powers, yeah. You got to be shook of it and all of that. Like, this is George, man. George!
From this quotation, you can see how meditation on the letters was experiential. It was a technique involving breathing and head movements, and meditating not just on the meaning of the letters, but the sound of the letters. Even with years of study or practice and chanting, like from the passage above, secret mystical knowledge is nearly impossible to gain. The prophet Ezekiel is held up as an example. In the first chapter of the book of Ezekiel, often called the Merkavah vision, we see a strange description of creatures and chariots that later Kabbalists viewed as evidence that Ezekiel actually attained Sod. But testimonials of visions like this are relatively uncommon in Kabbalah. In fact, many Kabbalistic circles prohibited describing visions for fear that revealing secret knowledge could be catastrophic to the wider world. Thus, many Kabbalistic circles in the Middle Ages were made up of small groups of elite rabbis and intellectuals that were already well known in the community. A crisis in the 15th century moved the center of gravity for Kabbalistic teachings eastward. Although the Iberian Peninsula was, for a long time, a major hub for Kabbalah, it came to an end when the Spanish and Portuguese Christian monarchies expelled or forcibly converted the Jewish communities in their territories. Those who fled settled primarily in Eastern Europe and the Ottoman Empire, leading to new centers of Kabbalah. The town of Safed in the Upper Galilee region became one of these hubs. The Rabbi Isaac Luria, also called the Ari, moved from Jerusalem to Safed in 1570 and formed a group of disciples who went on to revolutionize Kabbalistic teachings. He confronted head-on some of the biggest philosophical questions you could possibly imagine. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Why does God exist? Why does evil exist? What is our purpose as humans here on Earth? He put forth revolutionary new theories like the one we already discussed, his creation of the universe theory called Tzimtzum, about how the universe was created by Ein Sof contracting. What was so transgressive about this theory is that he argued this process of creation actually damaged creation and introduced evil. Thus, the purpose of existence is to repair this flaw through human action, or tikkun olam, which translates as repairing the world. Luria's Kabbalah inspired several movements in the following centuries, especially a movement founded by a Ukrainian man who rocked the world of Kabbalah and all of Eastern European Judaism, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, or the Baal Shem Tov. In the early 18th century, he jump-started what is now known as the
Baal Shem what? The Baal Shem Tov. Anyway,
Hasidic movement, a movement that quickly spread across Eastern Europe. The Baal Shem Tov disagreed with the idea that mysticism should be reserved for the intelligentsia, and instead taught that everyone should try to commune with God. Hasidism taught that communion with God, or knowledge of the divine, was possible even for the masses during ordinary everyday life, especially through prayer. Another core change that Hasidism makes to traditional Kabbalah is the notion of divine transcendence, which teaches that God is wholly outside our universe. Hasidism, by contrast, professes that God has an immanent quality. meaning that God is present in our world and that we can climb toward communion through our everyday life, through everyday actions. Hasidism is still thriving today and exemplifies modern Jewish mysticism and practice. Now, I should be clear, Hasidism is not synonymous with Kabbalah. It does include mystical practices and beliefs, but it's much more than that. In fact, if you read the Holocaust testimonial, Night by Elie Wiesel, you can clearly see a distinction. In the book, Elie describes how he grew up in a Romanian Hasidic community, but throughout the book, he mentions that Kabbalah is a supplement to usual religious study of the Torah and the Talmud. Today, scholars generally categorize Hasidism under the broader category of Haredi Jews, often called ultra-Orthodox Jews, but the two are not synonymous. Okay.
Ultra-Orthodox Jews. Like, come on, man. What are we doing out here? You get me? These men have created a system where they just spread their fuckery, you get me, throughout. How are scholars getting this much power and influence? And they've been doing it from biblical times. We've seen, you get me? Mad thing.
Now that we've covered all of that background, what's the deal with Madonna? And here we turn to...
Exactly. Why would celebrities now be involved in this type of thing if it was good? Like they want to reach Sufi or whatever, look, just get out of here, man.
What I'm going to call pop Kabbalah, but it's worth mentioning that stricter adherents would not even call this Kabbalah in the first place. Throughout the 20th century, Kabbalah hit the mainstream in pop culture. One big neo-Kabbalistic movement is the Kabbalah Center in the United States, whose members included celebrities like Madonna, Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, and Ashton Kutcher. Started by Philip Berg and his wife Karen Berg in 1984, the center sought to popularize and spread Kabbalistic teachings, even outside of Judaism.
Mud. Let's go back. Let's see these people who started this thing. What? They did what? They did what?
Like Madonna, Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, and Ashton Kutcher. Started by Philip Berg and his wife Karen Berg in 1984.
Yeah. But they're in the Americas. I don't understand. What's going on? They can travel anywhere and set up their thing and do their thing. What? Why is this fake Kabbalah now? Really? And what are they attached to? You get it? Holly weird.
The center sought to popularize and spread Kabbalistic teachings, even outside of Judaism. Madonna became one of their most famous adherents, and that's why we get her James Bond music video. During the video, she is being tortured in a North Korean bunker of some sort, which is featured in the film itself. She is depicted wrapping her arm with tefillin, and at the end, the Hebrew letters Lamed Aleph Vav are burned onto the electric chair where they were just trying to kill Madonna. These letters are from one of the 72 names of God according to Jewish tradition, a tradition that became especially popular among medieval Kabbalists, and are mentioned in the Bahir and used in Kabbalistic magical practice. Though her performance sparked controversy, in part because most within the Orthodox Jewish community viewed a non-Jewish woman wearing tefillin as sacrilegious, or at least viewed it unfavorably. Other movements of modern Jewish mysticism have also sprung up in the past century and a half. The Neo-Hasidic movement and other revival movements have sought to reimagine mystical doctrine for a modern era. Some have even likened mystical...
Are we just going to overlook that she just did that, right? We're just going to overlook that she did something that even the teachers weren't really, that's not what they were teaching. Come on, man, let's be honest. Yeah, it goes further back. She's into the real shit. You get me? To be putting it in a video and doing all of that, like, mad. And what gods are these?
Experiences to the effects of psychedelic drugs. The Jewish scholar and leader of Neo-Hasidism, Arthur Green, shared one of his psychedelic experiences in one of his books. As one who tried psychedelics after some years of studying the Kabbalistic and Hasidic masters, I found that the drug-induced experiences confirmed a great deal of what I found in their writings, though he warns that such a path should never replace traditional mystical practices from throughout Kabbalah's history. Overall, one thing that Kabbalah teaches is a different way to use the mind. Kabbalah breaks its students out of a strictly logical way of thinking and pushes them to uncover new modes of contemplation. It's a powerful tradition that has survived for many centuries in esoteric circles, but shows no indication of slowing down here in the 21st century. For those of you who would like to learn more, I'm including a bibliography in the description below, and you could also check out today's sponsor, the Great Courses Plus. The Great Courses Plus is a subscription.
Yeah, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up. You did your thing. You did your thing. Yeah.
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years.
Yeah.
I've discovered through my research
Mhm.
that these type of stories
Right.
have an element of truth to them.
Okay.
Immortality is not only a possibility, but a reality.
Okay.
Could these people still exist
Mhm.
in secret?
What?
Could they be watching?
Watching?
Is there are numerous meanings to the various logos, names, and colors we use?
I think so.
One of the Hermetic principles is that the all is mind, the universe is mental.
Mhm.
According to esoteric teachings,
Kabbalah.
survivors of lost ancient civilizations seeded us through the mystery schools.
Mhm.
Nearly all our great cosmological myths forming the foundation of the various sacred books of the world are based upon the Atlantean mystery traditions.
Atlantean. Are you really? Is that what you're saying? Man, get the hell out of here, man.
This video is brought to you by Speakeasy. Access the vibrancy of a university campus wherever you happen to be. The Book of Enoch is the ultimate example of spin-off literature. It's over 100 chapters long, thousands and thousands of words, but it's based off of a fairly obscure biblical character,
Shalom.
Enoch. The Hebrew Bible has
You like
very
this?
little to say about him. In the
Mhm.
book of Genesis, he appears briefly in the genealogy of Adam.
Oh, is it?
After fathering Methuselah and a bunch of other kids, the text simply says, Enoch walked with God, then he was no more because God took him. Wait, there's got to be more backstory here, right?
Got to be.
What does because God took him even mean?
Mm.
Well, early Jews and Christians were rarely satisfied with such vague biblical passages, which leads us to its spin-off,
Mhm.
the Book of Enoch. This text was so popular for early Christians that even the New Testament cites it. The Book of Jude, the second to last book in the New Testament, directly references Enoch, chapter 1, verse 9. But for a book that was so popular for ancient Jews and Christians,
Mhm.
very few people today know about it.
It's
So
true,
what
it's
is
true.
the Book of Enoch
What is
and
it?
what does it really say?
Tell us.
First of all, there's not just one Book of Enoch. In
Oh,
fact,
no?
the Book of Enoch typically refers to First Enoch.
First
However,
Enoch,
there's also
right.
a Second
Second
Enoch,
Enoch,
which
right.
probably dates back to the 1st century CE, but
Oh,
is
is it?
preserved in later manuscripts written in the Church Slavonic language.
Slavonic?
And there's a third Enoch. It
Mhm.
survives in Hebrew and was
Mhm.
preserved by Rabbinic Judaism.
Okay.
This video will be focusing on First Enoch. The next consideration, calling it the Book of Enoch, is kind of a misnomer.
Okay.
First Enoch is a compilation of several texts stitched together. There are obvious and abrupt seams between sections that are best explained by the theory that someone brought all together into a compilation sometime in the past. First Enoch
Who did that? Who did that? Come on, let's go.
has 5 major sections and
Okay.
2 appendices, which
Mhm.
you can see on screen.
Mutton.
The oldest sections of the text probably date back to the 4th or 3rd century BCE. However, the most complete manuscripts of the text date to the 15th or 16th centuries, written in the Ethiopic language.
Yeah?
Ethiopic, also known as Ge'ez, is a
Ge'ez.
Semitic language,
Mhm.
a cousin of Hebrew, Arabic, and Amharic,
Oh.
one of the main spoken languages in Ethiopia today.
Okay.
Ethiopic is the liturgical language of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church,
Right.
kind of like how Latin was historically used in liturgies for Catholics,
Right.
or the Coptic language for Coptic Orthodox Christians. So
Mhm.
you can see that the Book of Enoch had a long journey from when it was first composed
Mhm.
to when our most complete manuscripts were created.
Right.
Enoch was probably originally written in Aramaic before
Ooh.
being translated into Greek, and
In
then
what? In what? No. What was it? Yeah. No. Was it Proto Hebrew? What they call it? What? I never hear them mentioning this old Hebrew that Manuel was using. They always come back to Aramaic. Why? Why do they always come back to Aramaic? Because that is the original language. Trust me.
finally into Ethiopic. Big chunks of the Aramaic version of Enoch were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls
is
at the
it?
site of Qumran. One Dead Sea Scroll fragment contains several sections of Enoch in one text,
Right.
which shows that the different sections were already circulating as one compilation by the 1st century BCE.
Interesting.
In all, 90 different manuscripts of First Enoch exist in some
90?
form or another.
Jeez.
However, some
Jeez. You know what language it is? No Proto-Hebrew. What's going on?
In all, 90 different manuscripts of First Enoch exist in some form or another.
No paleo. Where's the paleo? Where's the paleo?
However, some of the manuscripts have big differences compared to earlier versions. This is why if you're going to read it for yourself, it's really important to find a scholarly translation that tries to account for all of the manuscript variations. I personally recommend the Hermeneia translation by George Nicholsberg and James Vanderkam. It's published by Fortress Press. This is not a advertisement. It's literally just the best version I could find when I was researching this episode. Okay, that's a quick overview of the text itself. It's comprised of several texts stitched into one. It was originally written in Aramaic, but its most complete manuscripts are written in Ethiopic. Parts of it probably date to the 4th century BCE, but it also has sections that date to a few centuries later. But what about the content? What does First Enoch actually say? Like I said, the best way I can describe the Book of Enoch is that it is spin-off literature. It takes two tiny, tantalizing snippets from Genesis and expands them into a whole book of fantastic visions and stories. We already saw the first blurb, a few short sentences that says, God took Enoch. The second blurb, which inspires the entire opening section of First Enoch, is an odd story from Genesis 6, 1 through 4, about divine beings having sex with humans. Genesis says that before Noah's flood, divine beings called B'nai Elohim, which literally translates to children of God, come down to
children of God. Not sons of Adam, none of that. It's just children of God, sons of God, like they said in the book, but no problem.
Earth to have sex with human women who then give birth.
Oops. To the daughters of men. Oh, daughters of Adam. Okay. I can see how that works. Come on, let's go.
Earth to beings called Nephilim. The text says these Nephilim were the mighty men of old, warriors of renown. That's it, nothing else. No more mention of who these Nephilim were or their exploits, no backstory about these sons of God. And you know what that means? It's a story ready for a spin-off. Enoch vastly expands these few verses into the Book of the Watchers. The sons of God are no longer a vague category of heavenly beings, but a whole society of fallen angels called the Watchers, led by their chief, Shemihaza. Their children, the Nephilim, are giants that start to wreak havoc on Earth. Enoch 7:3 says that the giants began to kill men and to devour them, and then kill all the beasts and drank their blood. Sounds kind of like a horror film. This section also describes the Watchers as devious angels, skilled in evil supernatural arts, which they then taught to humanity. Chapter 8 says that the Watcher Asael taught weapons of war to humanity. Shemihaza taught them sorcery. Others taught humans how to do astrology. As the Watchers and Nephilim continue to devastate the earth and pollute humans with evil knowledge, the story culminates in humanity crying out to God for help. In response, God dispatches his 4 archangels to set things right. He instructs one to warn Noah about the coming flood, another to imprison the fallen angel Asael and cast him into darkness. God orders Gabriel to destroy the Nephilim with a downright chilling passage, telling Gabriel to go to the bastards, to the half-breeds, to the sons of miscegenation, and destroy the sons of the Watchers. Yikes. And finally, God commissions Michael to imprison the king of the Watchers, Shemihaza. In this story, God sends Enoch as a prophet or emissary to the Watchers to warn them that they'll be destroyed. The remaining sections of Enoch contain mostly prophecy and visions. Rather than summarizing each and every section, I want to focus on the major themes running through these prophecies. The expectation of a Messiah, final judgment, salvation, resurrection, and heavenly journeys. All of these are hallmarks of the cultural context and genre of First Enoch. Jewish apocalypticism. Apocalyptic literature is the name scholars call a bunch of texts that became super popular among Jews during the Second Temple period. These were texts that generally describe mystical visions of heaven, where an angel would reveal to a prophet the end times or a coming judgment of the world. Enoch is one of the oldest Jewish apocalyptic texts, even older than another famous apocalyptic text, the Book of Daniel. That's to say, if we follow the scholarly consensus that Daniel was composed during the Hellenistic era of the 2nd century BCE.
Content powers are
2nd century BC. Ooh. Let's go. Hold on, let me see what's going on in the chat. Yes, big up everybody. Come on. We here, man. We here. We ain't just playing video. We gonna get some education. You get me? Find out what's going on. You get me? Some things that people just skirt over. We wanna find out. Like, yeah, the Book of Enoch. I know you've heard it mentioned many times by Beefy and other people who've just like, yeah, have you read the Book of Enoch? No, I'm not reading that. That's not Christian. That well, okay, cool, no problem. You get me? Yeah, Ikra. You have to read, man. Read, but know what you're reading, man. That's why we say the main thing is author and authorization.
Big up. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam, sis. What's going on?
Like, comment, and subscribe, people. Hit the paper, all that good stuff. Come on.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
do you know what these topics no, I find intriguing. And do you know what I was going to say? I found it interesting about when he was saying about Aleph. And I know you were saying about alphabet, but then
Yeah.
obviously when we see powers like Aleph in Quran, there's a certain breath that you need in order to pronounce it. So I'm curious to see more into that. And also, when he's talking about the creations before, you know, like the Nephilims, yeah, the angels that were sent. No, Nephilims were the mixtures, yeah, or yeah. So the angels that were sent down, this one was to teach this. This is to teach magic, war, all of this stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
But then
But
this is what I'm saying. I'm thinking, were they actually angels or were they jinns to begin with? Do you see what I'm saying?
Angels that became jinns. They fell from grace. So if you fall from grace, if you
as in
you can lose your your powers. You can lose your what you were, your title in a sense, you know.
No, but what I mean is because, like, you know, Iblis, yeah, Iblis, he was a righteous jinn, yeah, so he was allowed to be amongst the angels, yeah.
Yeah.
So you could say the righteous amongst them are similar but not the same. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm thinking to myself, rather than angels, maybe not all of them were angels, but some of them were jinns, because you know we do know that angels did come onto the earth, like obviously messengers and stuff like that, to provide messages. The messengers, you know, in all this, there's so many different connections in how people linked with angels. But what I know mainly is archangels that kind of deal with Beni Adam. But I'm curious to know, like, I wonder if, because you know, jinns can marry, yeah? Jinns can have children.
Right.
And jinns have all that, yeah. So
they occupied the planet way before
exactly.
Grace, right? All right. Okay.
They were created before
Christian, but this is from the Christian version ideal. So the ideal of angels have an order of angels, right? You have
there's a hierarchy.
You have cherubim, which are your archangels, right? And you have seraphim, which are
Ain't cherubims them baby ones?
Well, that's how they're depicted, but not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
I think
what you
what
mean.
you
Just
would,
an imagery
as a Muslim, you would more see them as jinn.
Ah, okay. Like Islam, those kind of ones would be described like that.
Because the word, the cherubim, the cherub is fire. It means, you know.
And
so
being like as in child, ibn, so the children of fire. Yeah, it could be. They could be that they would
And obviously there must have been righteous jinns because they all come from the Creator, right?
So
because everything is balanced, right? So
there is a balance.
You're gonna send jinns for particular duties. Sometimes
well,
you're gonna send archangels.
It might. I don't know, but definitely possibilities and avenues are opening to
to fight wars. Are you gonna waste your
because
your
Suleiman,
resources?
he had jinns with him, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
So no,
Right.
definitely, yeah, 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 yeah. No, I hear
So,
that.
and then the idea of fallen angels. This is the Christian version. So, the idea
Hmm.
of fallen angels, yeah, and saying
Would
that
would be
Lucifer,
tantamount to the jinns that fell
well,
from that
Lucifer
kind of. Mm,
in the at the title of Lucifer is an angel's name. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not a jinn's name or anything like that, right? But when he comes down here or is sent down here with a third of the angelic beings,
mm.
right? Now you have what we're calling he becomes Satan or the devil.
Mm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
And
I heard.
they become demons,
Mm,
thing or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? In
mm,
the Christian pantheon, right? So you just
yeah.
have to look at it as uh, uh, fallen angels are
Like
could have been
righteous could have been
could,
righteous jinns
right,
that
they could
fell
have been
from,
right
yeah,
or righteous
right.
angels, full stop, and they have been stripped of their rank and their position. Because God can do anything, can it? Who are we to question the
The
Creator?
Most High is
Right,
can do
right,
it.
right,
Yeah.
right, right, right. So he can strip them of their powers or whatever and make them more or less like humans in a sense, but they've got capabilities that are not obviously you're not like us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Mm.
then he's gonna come and do his perfection and say, look, this is what I'm gonna create. Boom. Yeah, and they're gonna be pissed off about it. He's not just gonna be Satan. Do you know what I'm saying? Or Shaitan.
Mm.
It's going to be the other beings like him. Do you get what I'm saying? That occupied, as you say, this space or this environment for
This
maybe
realm. Mm.
millions of years or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? As you said, they had families, they had thing. These are the things they're talking about. Their
But you know
descendants
what?
would have been.
That the whole names change thing. That's
Mm,
curious to me because obviously when it talks about uh, Shefan,
mm,
when in terms of the story of him and
mm.
Adam alayhi salam,
Right,
he's not he's not called Shaitan then. He said Iblis refused her thing, and
right,
then so upon the dunya now he is
right,
Shaitan. Yeah,
right. So it's the same story. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Just
just
slightly
said,
different
obviously,
connotations around. Yeah,
right,
no, I hear
right.
you.
How we overstand it in the thing.
Mm,
It's just that it basically is the same information. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as I said, for a Muslim, you've got to know what you're reading. And if you go back to these older texts, it's the same thing, you know? There's no
mm.
doubt about that. It just might be more in depth. Yeah.
No,
And
I
then
hear you.
yeah, and then the same gaps that are in all the books, do you get what I'm saying? Are what we're talking about today. So this book of Enoch now is something that is only mentioned in fleeting in the
Hmm.
Quran and mentioned fleetingly
Hmm.
in the Bible. Do you get it?
Oh, and to
Mm,
Muhammad
yeah.
Hamdan, he put in text, angels and jinn are two different species. One is made out of smokeless fire, the other one is made out of light. Yes.
Right.
And
Right.
for starters, angels do not have free will to rebel, jinns and humans do. Obviously, Islamically, yes.
No.
And
Well, Islamically, but obviously
yeah, Islamically,
that
angels
doesn't
don't
even
have. It doesn't mean that Allah doesn't have the power, or Allah can do all. The Most High can do all things. Yes. So
right.
if the Most High wanted to change something into something else, the possibility is there. But That's not what I'm saying. Do you know what
I'm
I'm saying?
wondering
So this is
if
not
I'm
something.
wondering if that can be correct though, because free will is
No, it's free. Free will is
I think
choice.
it's universal, right?
No, it's free will is choice. And obviously, as a Muslim, I do believe that angels do not have freedom of choice. But
How does that make sense?
in terms of jinn, of course,
Mm,
same way how Allah can create something to be one thing and change it into another thing, or strip one thing of a certain privilege or power. The same way
right.
how Allah can create beings that are specifically and only made for a particular thing and nothing more
No,
than
but
that. Like the angel of death,
all
anywhere
can.
he's sent,
All right.
he returns back. Do you know with
Okay,
it?
but
Whereas, yeah. Mm,
yeah, but that is a bit too much. I mean, in the sense of that is for us an assumption. We cannot even fathom what the creator of the heavens and earth can do.
mhm,
This is ridiculous. And the beings that he created that far predate you, where
mhm.
we're assuming are bound by the rules and the thing that we are. It makes no
No,
sense.
but of course it makes sense because at the end of the day, from time you say that no one can have full comprehension, which I do agree that the Most High, what the capacity of the Most High's ability.
Hmm.
At the same time, from you've already accepted the fact that possibility is boundless. Yeah.
Right.
Why? So then, why would it be an impossibility to say that the Most High specifically created this just for this specific purpose and nothing else? Obviously, Allahu Alam, the Most High knows
it
best,
would
but
make it
it is a
simple.
possibility.
It would make it a simple overstanding and make it
No, because
compatible.
that's only for one thing, though.
Yeah, but remember, this is scholarly theology as
Mm,
well. At the same time, these things have been broken down. So, like, when we really think about it, you're saying an angel, yeah, has no ability to think for itself. A being that existed before you, a
mm,
being that is in the presence of the creator at times, do you get it? Can be
mm,
instructed, has a direct connection,
mm-hmm.
can be given instructions by the creator. A being that far superior to you, you're saying is bound by the restrictions that you have living in this
Of
plane
yeah,
alone.
of
Hold on one second, alone.
mm,
Because remember, you're not nowhere else. They can, they're
being
intermediaries.
multiple
They can
things.
come in multiple places, right? In multiple
Mm,
dimensions. That's not the
right.
same being as you or I. Do
Of
you get what
course.
I'm saying? Right.
Mhm.
Remember, when they talk about smokeless fire and they talk about um and beings of energy and light,
Yeah.
yeah, that is what they are comprised of. Yeah. And
But mm,
in the cycle that they were created. Do you get it? So it depends on
no,
in
but
what
then
time and what
wouldn't you feel
what
like certain
and
things?
what
Because in this world, everything is balanced. Yeah. Same way how if
mm,
you lose your eyesight,
but
your
it's
other
limited.
senses increases. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
And the same
limited.
way how animals can't talk, but their abilities are different to that of man.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And our ability to communicate
Right.
on in multiple languages on multiple different levels
Yeah.
means we lack certain things physically. So just because the
Right.
angels may be limited in one thing, you see the balance that they excel in other things, like traveling through different planes or having access to
Right.
go to certain
So
places and things like
you
that.
think they
So I
would be
feel like
limited?
it's a balance.
Okay, you
Limit is
think that
nothing
it
bad.
would.
So
No, but I think it's not that it's nothing bad. I think it's an assumption put on beings that far predate, outdate thing, and in the presence of the creator at times. Like
mm.
how are we making these judgments? How does this make sense? We
Wouldn't you
live
say
in a
that? Wouldn't
physical
you say
world.
that's common sense? I would think that's common sense, though.
No, I would think it's a way of trying to, you know, make us overstand these levels of beings and entities, and in a simple way, and also restricting us or showing us that look, free will is something like a gift. Do you get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it is. Yeah.
But not to another entity. They will have these capability. I don't think God would create anything that didn't have this.
But
Do
that's an
animals?
assumption. No, but
Do
then that's an
animals?
assumption
Do
that
animals?
you're putting as well,
All
though.
right. Do animals have free will?
Yeah, they have a choice. Have you never seen
Right.
animals? Have you never seen animals,
Mm-hmm.
like predatory animals raised in non-predatory animals? It's happened, or non-predatory animals raised in predatory animals.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rare, but it happens. And this is the thing. I feel like the problem is a lot of the times we look at things as a blanket general rule, but reality is
Mm.
same way how certain people have certain types of mental ability or spiritual ability, same way how
Mm-hmm.
certain animals might have certain abilities. Some
Right.
things are just for the few, not for the many. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's
Right.
something that you'll find in most in Abrahamic, say, religions. It's
Right.
that is something that's taught throughout. It's the few that know. It's the few that seem to find the comprehension. It's the few that have understanding. It's the few that know the way. It's the few that will find the way, and it's the few that will accept the way. You see what I
Right.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was just my point. Yeah, but
Mm.
definitely interesting, man. Big up to you for this topic,
Yeah.
mashallah.
But no, I like this one about the idea of free will. It's like free will. Like, where does this come from? It only comes from the text itself. Do you get what I'm saying? But when you think about it in reality, how is that? How does that make sense to a supernatural being, in a sense? Do you get what I'm saying? How does it? How does that work? How does that apply? Do they obviously they know God? They know God better than you
But
or
then
better
are
than
you
us,
trying? But
right?
then that's if you're trying to compare their, like I put saying, like quote unquote mindset
Right,
to the mindset of mankind,
right.
and
We
who's
could never do that.
and
I don't
I
think.
don't.
No,
We could never do that. Exactly. We can't compare the mindset
no.
to
I
our
think
mindset.
I think it's not far from us. As in, it's a stage up. It's a stage of knowledge or a degree,
Hmm.
certain degree of knowledge that they have. They have knowledge of self, yeah, and they have
Hmm.
knowledge of the Creator, yeah.
Yeah, and knowledge of us too, because like the malaikas,
Of
they
course,
travel the
of course.
dunya. We say they
Then
travel
if
the
you're
dunya,
saying,
yeah, and
then
mm,
if you're saying it's three circles, or you're saying it's three cycles, right? Yeah, God being the top one. Do you get what I'm saying? And then you got the angels underneath, and then you got us overlapping. All of these things are overlapping. So at some point, yeah, they're more connected to, closer connected to the Creator than we are. Regardless of what we say, we know we are at the
mm,
lowest level. We are in the level of matter,
mm,
physical things. Do you get what I'm saying? Theirs is physical and metaphysical.
mhm.
So they're in a realm that we cannot even fathom. And as I said, how are all of these emotions translated when you go to the next stage? When you're
But
out of
then,
your body and you're going
mm,
to Jannah, do you get what I'm saying?
mhm,
Do
mhm.
you think that all of these woes of life and family and all of that will matter in the metaphysical world? Do you get what I'm saying? In you, in your
No, but
different,
you'd, but
in the
no,
next
but
form.
no, but you'll be conscious of certain things because from like what I've learned, and let me just put out the disclaimer from now, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not an Islamic scholar for anyone who's listening. I'm not claiming to be. I'm just speaking myself as a Muslimah,
Hmm.
my mindset and understanding of certain things. So
Yeah,
anything wrong, is from myself. Anything khair, is by the barakah of Rabbil Alameen. Yeah. So just to put that out.
yeah.
But
Disclaimer,
then
yeah.
yeah, the disclaimer, because from what I've learned, it's like the people of Jannah are allowed to see the people in Jahannam. And the people of Jahannam will call up to those in Jannah.
Hmm.
So even though, yes, we are away from the physical realm of the 3D realm, it doesn't
Hmm.
mean that within the 5D realm we lost that consciousness of recognition. And recognition, I feel like, is very important because you will recognize those who are in Jahannam the same way as those in Jahannam will recognize those who were, you know what I'm saying? This was so and so. Oh, look, so and so is down there. And so will call up and ask for that water, which they won't be permissible for them to have. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe it's like being born again. Maybe it's like, in that realm, when you're born again into that realm, or you supposedly
Mm,
die in this realm and you
mm.
reappear in the next realm. I think all worldly things will be forgotten. I don't think I personally, that's me. I personally don't think it'll be that. I think that we'll move on to the next stage, or yeah, we might have keep some memories, but I think we'll
Mm.
shed all these worldly thinking and ideologies and
Uh,
philosophies and all of that.
would
I don't
you
think
would
it's
you
going
not
to be
say?
important. Mm,
No, it's not about importance or not. But the thing is,
mm,
it's like I'm saying, it's about recognition. For me, it's nothing to do with memory, but it's to do with recognition because I don't feel like it's a rebirth. It's just merely transformation. Same way
all
how
right.
you start off as ice. Say like the physical realm. This is Benny Adam. We started off as ice.
Mm,
The closer we get to source is
mm,
basically that evaporation period.
gas.
But before it is evaporated completely, it will
Mm,
come first. It will melt down into um, water
gas.
and then completely
Mm.
go into ice. But at the same time, this is it's still one and the same. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah, but
transforming itself. It
there's
doesn't
three. There's three
become
in that
non-existent.
equation, though. There's three in that equation: solid,
Four, because you
liquid,
forget that. No, but I
and
thought because you
gas.
forget
Yeah,
solid,
solid,
liquid, gas.
liquid, and gas. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
evaporation
right.
part. Yes, yeah, 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 yeah.
Right, right. Solid, liquid, and gas. Right.
Yeah.
So when we're in our gaseous state, or the gaseous state is what is out there in the universe, right? And that's what we're comprised of. This is why we talk about ether and nine ether and all of that. Nine ether is the nine noble gases, or the nine gases or elements, yeah, because ether is basically different chemicals or different elements, hydrogen, you know what I'm saying, helium, xeon, and whatever, right? But the nine
Okay.
noble gases, yeah, that
Mm.
you're comprised of, yeah, or you, me, and whoever's comprised of. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, that because even gases have intelligence. A destructive gas knows to stay away or is denser than oxygen, or or lighter than oxygen, or there's different levels to this thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I hear
Like
you. There's
what
definitely a
you're
lot of
breathing
knowledge to
is
look
steam.
into.
What you're breathing is steam. You know what I'm saying? You're breathing steam. You're not. It's not just air. There's water in there, man.
Yeah, there's definitely water in. There's definitely water within the air. Yeah,
Mm. You know what I'm
but I
saying?
don't know.
So,
Yeah,
mm.
it's
So
definitely
we always
something to look at. Go
gas,
ahead.
solid, liquid, and gas is definitely um yeah, the most significant in that structure you was talking about. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I understand the idea of ice. Do you get what I'm saying? Evaporating and then yeah,
Yeah,
but there's one the gas stage. People assume that that's it, disappears or whatever. No, it doesn't. It's there.
yeah. And not
That's what
only
everything
that,
is comprised
the
of.
gas stage attaches itself to different things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So we don't know. That's why I say like spiritually, you don't know who
Mm.
attaches themselves to what, or if they attach themselves to source. You know.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the whole children thing, like in regards to like jinn and humans having children, or this whole idea that they say angels can have children?
Angels. Oh,
Yeah, like
angels
they said
can have.
they say the Nephilim and thing, but do you think it's a case of it's actually jinns who were the ones that had the children with man, the children of the daughters of mankind of humankind,
Also,
or do you think it's angels, or do
I
you?
think both.
Okay.
I think both. You know what I mean? I think both. It's clear in the text, in the biblical text. It's both. You've got the sons of God who came down, yeah, and then the ones who, well, were sent down in a sense, or cast down. You know what I mean? Or and came and took them. They took what the other ones married. Do you understand? The story is the ones that came from God directly, the
Mm-hmm.
sons of God, they married. They took them wives of the
Mm-hmm.
sons of Adam, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another set that comes a couple verses down who just
Mm-hmm.
take women, and
Yeah.
from them come
The
these.
devilish kind of satanic kind of things.
Well,
Okay.
I'm just saying the Nephilim. Do you know what I'm saying? Or
Mm.
giants, or whatever they want to say. Do you know what I'm saying? Because
Mm.
how do we know? Since we
Yeah,
have
because we
giants.
giants were definitely around. Because if you look at the steps in certain places, like in Kemet and other,
Well,
like
as I
things
said, you can't really distinguish between a giant and a human being. Let's be honest, because we've got giants in our
in real life.
in our gene pool, yeah, in our
Yeah, yeah,
system, in
yeah.
our thing,
You get people
As
all
a-
7 foot one, six,
Mm,
seven, all
mm,
like eight
mm,
foot. Yeah.
mm. I come from a family of giants and pygmies. You get
Mhm.
me? So and everything in between. So
Mhm.
I clearly see these distinctions and these huge people and all these
Mhm.
Kobe Bryants and all of that, and you know. No, it's
Yeah.
true, but you wouldn't
No,
say
but
they're
I
not
know. I
human,
hear
innit?
you.
You wouldn't
I've
say
got a
they're
lot
not
of
human.
aunties on my dad, not my aunties, my grand
Mm,
aunties, like my dad's aunties. A lot of them were like 6 foot plus.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And I don't know some Sudanese women who are really, really, really tall. You get what I'm saying? Like, wow,
Yeah,
okay. You
definitely.
get what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah, yes, big sis. You know what I mean? One Sudanese woman that used to work, she was quite tall anyway, but her sister came past and she was all wrapped up, you know.
Yeah.
And she was a real tall woman. She was like, I don't know how tall she was, but she was really tall still. You know what I mean? She was like at least 6'4" or something like that. And for a woman, that's massive, man. That's huge.
No,
Yeah,
definitely
she's
still
gonna look.
put. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna look huge, man. But then I didn't know about the men that were tall as well, 7 foot and 9 feet, and all of this from that same region. So when I got that information, then it all made sense to me, you know.
No, I hear you.
Mm.
Oh, and Axon put. I've heard some genes look like part human and part animal. What it is the feet. that is supposed to show you the difference between jinn, who's a jinn and who is not. Because that's why they say, Islamically, the man should wear his trousers above the ankles, because anything that hangs below it is for the hellfire. And the feet of the jinns is supposed to be different. But then jinns can shape shift into different things. So,
Exactly.
yeah. And
My
Robbery
favorite.
says, I agree with Sniper. I think it's a rebirth. Otherwise, your ego would just want to bring you back. I don't.
Mm, thank you. You know why? Because nah, thoughts have weight, color, and credence, right? When you think of something, it becomes reality, right? So I'm saying that those
Mm.
thoughts, those things will weigh you down in the afterlife. They will weigh you down. You cannot take that kind of thinking or energy or thing with you. It doesn't make sense.
But
Do
then,
you
do you
get
know
it?
what? I feel like that would depend on the soul. Because
It's like
again, and
time. Remember, it's like
mm,
time. Once you leave here, what's time going to be? It's got nothing to do with it. You're going to be looking and saying, oh, what month is it? What day of the week is it? What time of the day is it? It's not going to be that. Those things are going to be irrelevant now. I would
no,
assume. You know what I'm saying? I would
no,
assume.
I
I
can
don't.
hear
I
where you're
don't know.
coming from.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing, like I was saying. Because obviously, like Islamically, how the description that I was taught of how the
Mhm.
soul is separate from the body, it's
Mhm.
like if you was to wrap a thought, like a rose on the
Mhm.
cotton, and then the difference is the righteous soul, the goodly soul,
Mhm.
would be removed slowly, but an unrighteous soul or a bad soul
Mhm.
would be the type that would be like that rose, that singular rose in cotton. Dip that
Mhm.
in water and then try to separate the rose from the cotton. It's a tough, and it's a kind of like it will be a painful process to separate. Like you'll see strings coming apart, this coming apart, because why those that do not want to transcend into the next to the ether
Right.
are
Next
those who
round.
did not collect and spend the goodliness in this world. You see what I'm saying? Therefore, they're trying to cling their soul back to their body, but Azrael, the Malaika al-Maut, would just take you regardless some way. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, it is what it is, but
You
it's a
get
good
me?
topic.
I remember. Our thing is not to question or even to analyze the creator. It's to praise and worship the creator, which is very simple. Very
Yes,
simple
that's simple.
instructions. That's what I'm saying. Like, and
And
then
good these things is easy to do when you just smiling at someone, being
mm,
polite, good manners. These are all things that you can just,
right,
carry along
exactly,
with you. Yeah, yeah.
right. But I'm saying when you're going to the next realm, we cannot be certain of anything. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we just know that let's put it this way that it's gonna be a different place.
Yes,
You get
100%.
me? It's gonna be a
Yeah.
different place, a better place,
Mm-hmm.
maybe. To get it, but it'll be different. It'll be a different experience. You know what I mean? And there is something after. That's the whole point.
100%.
You know
Mm.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There
I
is
agree with
something
that.
after. Because some don't believe that. Some believe that, when you die, that's it. It ends there.
Quite a few
Yeah.
people. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm. So
100%.
this is why karma and all of these other things and this reincarnation and this other things come into play because some believe so much it becomes a religion. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So these religious practices, some of them are based in much older concepts.
mm.
You know what I mean?
And
It's crazy.
you
Mm.
know what I was going to say as well? You know how they were saying about earlier in the video, he was talking about the angels.
Yeah.
Um, People like that Kabbalah, they pray to the angels to get certain extra thing. When you did say that's similar to Christianity, because sometimes there are special prayers specified for specific angels or um, saints that
Right.
you would pray to in order to get help with finding things or X, Y, Z.
Of course you
That's
would.
quite, yeah.
Of course you would. They have it Islamically. They have it in all sorts of the Abrahamic religions. As I said, the most uh, main focus of all of the Abrahamic religions has to be Abraham. Do you get what I'm saying? Showing that he's collecting and he's bringing forth the information from previous generations or previous thing because he lives in that region. He's
Mm,
from that region. He can collect all the information all the way down, go to Egypt, collect more information, and then this is where it's coming from. Do you get it? What he knows, what he believes, thing is going to be added. His traditions and all of that is going to be added to it. Yeah,
Nice.
you know what I mean. So this is why it's a main focus. But we'll get into that soon. Where he came from, what they believed in,
More
and
in
what
depth, yeah.
yeah, where it all comes from, it all stems from. So yeah, let's finish with these.
Alright, cool. I'm
Let's
gonna be right back, yeah.
all
Big up
right,
family. Yeah.
cool.
First in the book of Enoch. In one chapter, Enoch sees a vision in which the
Whoa.
Daniel, like the Son of Man and the Messiah, can be found first in the book of Enoch. In one chapter, Enoch sees a vision in which the Son of Man is commissioned. He will be the staff for the righteous. He will be the light of the nations, and all who dwell on the earth will fall down and worship before him. For those of you familiar with the New Testament, this sort of language should sound familiar, as it's all applied to Jesus as well. But in this text, Enoch himself is named the Son of Man. Chapter 71:14 says, "You are that Son of Man who was born for righteousness." We also find the idea of hell in Enoch, another theological concept seen later in Christianity. Remember from my History of Hell video that the concept of hell does not exist in the older texts of the Hebrew Bible. It is a later innovation that gained popularity during the Second Temple period, especially in apocalyptic literature. In chapter 21:7, Enoch beholds a narrow chasm extending to the abyss, where he saw a great fire burning and flaming. The text says, "This place is a prison for the angels. Here they will be confined forever." Okay, so that's a summary of the content. Basically, an entire text super concerned that the current world is evil and needs to be judged and renewed. A new age is at hand. God's final judgment is coming. But what about its later history? First Enoch was enormously influential for later Jews, Christians, and even Muslims. First, let's go through its history within Judaism. First Enoch influenced a bunch of non-canonical Jewish texts. In fact, Jubilees, another Second Temple Jewish text preserved in Ethiopic and found at Qumran in Hebrew, shares a lot of details with Enoch. However, although the Book of Enoch was a big deal for Second Temple Judaism, it plays almost no role in modern Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism rejected two major claims put forth by the Enoch spin-off literature. First, they rejected the notion that Enoch never died, and the idea that rebellious angels came to earth at the time of the flood. Because of this, Enoch doesn't formally appear in the canonical books of the Hebrew Bible, and only rarely in rabbinic literature. And even when it does appear, it appears in a negative light. One of the most important exceptions to the negative portrayal of Enoch in rabbinic literature is Third Enoch. This is a rabbinic Hebrew story of Enoch transforming into the angel Metatron. Metatron, the transfigured Enoch, is even described as a second or lesser Yahweh. While Enoch is mentioned in Third Enoch and some other mystical...
What is it? Lesser what? Lesser Yahweh. Come on, Zulu, jump on, man. What does this mean, man? A lesser Yahweh. How can you be a lesser Yahweh? If Yahweh is God, then you see what I'm saying? Strange, strange.
Metatron, the transfigured Enoch, is even described as a second or lesser Yahweh. While Enoch is mentioned in Third Enoch and some other mystical rabbinic texts, rabbinic Judaism doesn't consider them standard. For example, the Babylonian Talmud, second only to the Hebrew Bible in importance for traditional rabbinic Judaism, says that a famous rabbi became a heretic when he saw Metatron sitting in the presence of God and claimed that there are two powers in heaven. In the Talmud, Metatron and the rabbi are both punished. But this story reflects the Talmud's discomfort with the whole idea of Enoch becoming a divine being. Curiously, this is not the case in Kabbalah, medieval Jewish mysticism. Kabbalistic texts such as the Zohar not only view Enoch positively, but also compares him to Adam and refers to the Book of Enoch to explain ambiguous biblical verses. The scholar of late antique Judaism and Christianity, Annette Reed, suggests that this is a result of continuing cross-cultural Jewish and Christian dialogue throughout late antiquity. because apparently Christians really like this text, at least at first. Like I said, the book of Jude in the New Testament directly references 1st Enoch, and Enoch likely influenced the theology of the Gospels and the book of Revelation. The idea of the Son of Man, for example, which appears in the Gospel of Mark, shares theological similarities with 1st Enoch. The last book of the New Testament, Revelation, closely resembles the apocalypse of the book of the parables, since both describe a throne room apocalypse partnered with a final judgment both in the heavens and on earth. Initially, 1st Enoch was a big deal for Christians. Church fathers such as Justin Martyr and Irenaeus use and reference 1st Enoch. Tertullian even defends the book's authority, and the non-canonical Epistle of Barnabas refers to 1st Enoch as scripture. However, by the 4th century, Enoch apparently fell out of favor. It's around this time that big-name church fathers like Augustine and Jerome rejected it. By the 7th and 8th centuries, 1st Enoch only remained popular in Ethiopia, which still remains true to this day, as part of the biblical canon of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. With over 81 books, the biblical canon is much wider in Ethiopian Christianity compared to other branches of Christianity. And by including
Message. Come on. Big up the family. Jeez. There you go, Axel.
Enoch, the book has left a lasting legacy on Ethiopian Christians. But Enoch was not only a big deal in Judaism and Christianity, he also appears in early Islamic traditions.
Uh-oh, you gonna get this work? We all gonna get this work?
The prophet Idris is mentioned twice in the Quran. The Quran commands its audience, and remember Idris in the book, verily he was truthful and a prophet. We raised him to a sublime station. Idris is typically associated with Enoch, although some also associate him with Elijah. And like what we see in the book of Genesis, his little blurb here is ambiguous. Many Muslim commentators debate what is meant by raised to a sublime station. In one hadith, one of the reported sayings, actions, and approval of the prophet reports that he met Idris in the 4th heaven during his miraculous ascension through the 7 heavens, typically rendered as the night journey in the west. Other commentators suggest that sublime station means that Idris was directly taken alive by God, which parallels the plain text of Genesis 5:24. So even though Enoch only earned a brief mention in his source text, Genesis, that one tiny blurb inspired an entire book that continued to influence religious traditions for centuries to come. The Qumran community, early Christians, early Muslims, Jewish Kabbalists, and Ethiopian Christians today. And even though very few people today have read this book, the apocalyptic ideas introduced in Enoch, hell, salvation, the Son of Man, the coming of the Messiah, these ideas lay the groundwork for the central themes of Christian theology. Not bad for a work of
Message. Message. Come on. F.T.K. up in the place Saturday, man. Get your game up, man. Get your game up.
spin-off literature. And just like how the Watchers taught magic to humanity, I'll be teaching a 2-week seminar, Magic in the Ancient World, on Speakeasy. It will be on Saturday, September 5th and September 12th at 3 o'clock p.m. We'll discuss magical rituals that the ancient Romans practiced, like curse tablets and healing spells. We'll talk about Roman laws enacted against magic and explore what this archaeological evidence reveals about the religious lives of people living in the late Roman Empire. Now, we're limiting the number of participants to just 12 people.
All right. Big up.
Here we have this large pyramidal structure, and the witnesses, they can't believe their eyes. It's absolutely
revolt. Oddly, the retelling of Israel's history surprisingly stops here. Book of Enoch seems to be one of the most popular extra-biblical books from the ancient world. Many are fascinated by what this book says and the influences it had on the culture and biblical canon.
Okay.
Some people go so far as to say that this book is inspired by God and should be part of the Bible and dates back to Enoch himself. But is this all true, or is Enoch just another late document that was never considered scripture? The Book of Enoch, or First Enoch, is a book that is probably a collection of different writings, later compiled together. The only complete copy is preserved in a late 15th to 20th century manuscript, written in an Ethiopic language. However, we have found various Greek, Coptic, and Latin fragmented manuscripts. Additionally, fragments in Aramaic have been found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Overall, the content of Enoch most likely matches the time period between 400 BC and 200 AD. Many of the documents written during this time were referred to as pseudepigrapha. James Sanders notes this term refers to early Jewish literature, largely in the 200 BCE to 200 CE period, that resembles the Apocrypha.
Pseudepigrapha, yeah? Come on, man. Come on. Pseudo, yeah? Well, I'm telling ya, don't refer to anyone like round here, bruv. It only refers to the man there. You get me? They got words for themselves. You get it? Come on, man.
Or deuterocanonical literature, but is not included in the Jewish or Western Christian canons, or in the rabbinic literature. George Nicholsberg and James Vanderkam summarize the teachings contained in this composite work. The sections represent developing stages of the Enochic tradition, each one building on the earlier ones, though not in the order in which they presently stand in the collection. Overall, they express a common worldview that characterizes this present world and age as evil and unjust, and in need of divine adjudication and renewal. With the possible exception of the Book of the Luminaries, they focus on the common concern and expectation that a coming divine judgment will eradicate evil and injustice from the earth and will return the world to God's created intention. Their authority lies in their claim that they transmit divine revelation, which the patriarch Enoch received in primordial times, and which is made public in the last times to constitute the eschatological community of the chosen. In other words, the Book of Enoch was written and pieced together by multiple authors over a few centuries. The authors claim to have received special revelation from the patriarch Enoch, who ascended into heaven and was shown heavenly secrets concerning the end of the age, which they thought was imminent. The reason why we know it dates to this time period is because of various internal indicators. First, based upon the language, most of it was probably originally written in Aramaic and would fit with an Aramaic-speaking community that returned from the exile.
Aramaic-speaking community, yeah? Mud.
It also reflects and matches themes from the same time period. James Charlesworth writes, "The original language of First Enoch appears to be Aramaic, except for the Noah traditions, which were probably composed in Hebrew. The earliest portions display impressive parallels with the nascent thoughts of the Jewish sect, which eventually settled at Qumran. Nothing we find in Enoch suggests a pre-exilic period or a culture from prior to that." Leonard Roast writes, "The similitudes furnish information about the hierarchy of the angels and revealed atmospheric, meteorological, and astronomical secrets. They culminate in the appointment of Enoch as the Son of Man. They contain various traditions dating from the earlier ages, but in their present recension cannot be designated earlier than the 1st century BC. J.T. Millick dates them as late as the 2nd century CE, above all because there is no trace of them at Qumran." Within the final compilation of Enoch is also an historical commentary from Noah up until around the time of the Maccabean revolt. Oddly, the retelling of Israel's history surprisingly stops here and doesn't go further, like mentioning the coming of Rome or the later fall of Jerusalem, which is a key piece of data scholars use to suggest that sections were probably written around this time period. James Vanderkam also notes sections of Enoch make allusions to the work of Daniel and Jeremiah. Michael Knibb notes there are allusions to Isaiah and Daniel, which would show it's dependent on these earlier works. The opening of Enoch paraphrases sections of Deuteronomy and Numbers, and even mentions Mount Sinai, which would not have been sacred until long after Enoch existed. Leonard Roast notes some sections seem to date to just prior to the Maccabean revolt, but others contain an account of history from Adam to the Hasmoneans and concludes with a vision of the Messianic age. And so some sections would best fit with just after the Maccabean revolt. George Nicholsburg notes the first section of Enoch has strong indications it is based on the Diadochi Wars, implying it could not have existed before this time period. The second section seems to mention an event that happened just before the reign of Herod the Great, dating that section to around the same time period. See, virtually across the board, all scholars agree Enoch was written around this time period, and not from some earlier era. So there is no reason to suggest it would date back thousands of years to the historical Enoch. For this to be remotely possible, the text would need to have some Akkadian or Sumerian cognates, or some indications of an ancient culture. Instead of reflecting an
It
Aramaic-speaking
would have to have what? Sumerian, yeah? Mud. Because that's the region, man. That's where it's all happening again.
time period, and events that surrounded the Maccabean revolt and other wars from the century before Herod the Great. Regarding the composition, it is divided into 7 sections, composed at different times. The first is called the Book of the Watchers. This section gives an elaborate interpretation of Genesis 6, telling the story of fallen angels called the Watchers, who rebelled against God, and then God brings Enoch into the heavenly realm and commissions him to prophesy concerning the Watchers' coming judgment. The second section is the Book of Parables. Michael Heiser writes, "This is the longest section of 1st Enoch, dominated by 3 extended parables that deal with and slightly alter the account of Enoch's vision during his heavenly journey. In these parables, Enoch is shown visions of a future messianic figure known by several names: Son of Man, Chosen One, Anointed One, and the Righteous One." The third section of the Book of Enoch is called the Book of the Luminaries, which according to scholars is likely the earliest of the Enochic literature. This section focuses on explaining the astronomical laws governing the solar calendar that was favored by the sectarian community that produced and followed the Enochic traditions. The fourth section is called the Dream Visions. According to scholars, the present form of this section dates anywhere between 200 and 160 BC. In this section, Enoch tells Methuselah about 2 prophetic dreams. The first dream speaks about the flood of Noah. The other one is an allegorical telling of human history, from Adam to the Maccabean revolt, and then followed by final judgment. This section is referred to as the animal apocalypse. The fifth section is called the Epistle of Enoch. This section consists of Enoch's exhortation to remain righteous during a wicked generation. The section closes with explicit reference to the transmission of Enoch's teaching. In the end time, his book will be given to the righteous and will be a source of wisdom, faith, and joy, and they will serve as a testimony to the children of earth. The sixth section is called the Book of Noah, which details Noah's unusual birth story. The author writes about Noah's face and hair glowing white, and that he immediately stands up from the hands of the midwife and praises the Lord. The seventh and last section is simply called another Book of Enoch, which is an additional exhortation from Enoch to his son Methuselah regarding God's judgment in the end times. So as you can see, Enoch is probably a compilation of several works over several decades or centuries, with the core having been written around the time of the Maccabean revolt. This collection is very valuable in helping us gain a better understanding of the historical and cultural context of the biblical world. However, there are some that argue Enoch should be considered sacred scripture. Well, other than the fact that it is a late document and most definitely doesn't go back to the historical Enoch, there are additional reasons that show it should not be part of scripture. First, from what we can gather, no early Jewish author considered Enoch to be authoritative scripture, like with how the works of Jeremiah or Isaiah were viewed. For the ancient Jewish authors, the biblical canon had a threefold division, known as the Law, Prophets, and Writings. That was, and basically still is, the shape of the Old Testament canon of Scripture. It is known by the acronym Tanakh. For instance, Ben Sira, the author of the Apocrypha book The Wisdom of Sirach, had a grandson who translated his writings into Greek around 130 BC. The grandson wrote a prologue to the translation, wherein he makes reference to the threefold shape of the Old Testament canon. The author distinguishes his grandfather's writings, the Wisdom of Sirach, from the law itself, and the prophecies and the rest of the books. That is, the law, the prophets, and writings. So it seems by 130 BC, the books contained in the threefold canon were already widely considered to be uniquely sacred and distinct from additional writings, including the Apocrypha works. No manuscript or historical evidence ever indicates that pseudepigrapha, like the Book of Enoch, was ever accepted as part of this threefold canon. It is not in the Greek Septuagint or the Hebrew Masoretic texts. Second, Josephus, in a passage from Against Appian, wrote that a defined Hebrew canon already existed by his time. Josephus limits the number of books to a specific number, 22. 5 books, he says, are of the books of Moses, 13 are of the prophets, and the remaining 4, he says, are hymns to God and precepts for human life. Now, just so you know, the Jewish canon today has 24 books, which matches the content of our canon of 39 books. The reason for the difference is that the Jewish canon combines books that are separated in the Christian canons. For example, in the Jewish canon, all the minor prophets are combined into one book, but the contents of both canons are exactly the same. Either way, Josephus gives us no reason to think Enoch was ever considered scripture. Next, the gospel authors also seem to affirm the canon of their day, and they do this by quoting Jesus directly. Luke 24 reads, "These are my words that I spoke to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must be fulfilled." Then he opened their minds to understand the scriptures. So Jesus seems to endorse the same threefold biblical canon, which, according to primary evidence from that time period, excluded the Book of Enoch. Further evidence of this is seen in Matthew 23, when Jesus speaks of all the righteous blood being poured out on the religious leaders of his day, from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah. Scholar Roger Beckwith writes, his utterance about the righteous blood from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah, which is found in Matthew 23:35 and Luke 11:51, in all probability implies that for Jesus and his hearers, the canon began with Genesis and ended with Chronicles. Seeing that the murder of Abel is recorded near the beginning of the former book, and the murder of Zechariah near the end of the latter book, this appears to reflect the traditional Jewish arrangement of the books, whereby Chronicles is not placed with Samuel and Kings in the second group of books, but is put in the third and last group as its concluding item. So this evidence would suggest that the Old Testament canon was already closed by the time of Christ, and there is no indication that the Book of Enoch was ever considered to be part of it. Next, another issue arises because the Book of Enoch identifies Enoch himself as the Messiah instead of Jesus. In the Book of Parables, Enoch is taken into heaven, where he is shown prophetic visions concerning a future messianic figure. At the end of this section, Enoch states this, "And the head of days came with Michael and Raphael and Gabriel and Phanuel and thousands and tens of thousands of angels without number. And he came to me and greeted me with his voice and said to me, 'You are that Son of Man who was born for righteousness, and righteousness dwells on you, and the righteousness of the head of days will not forsake you.'" So Enoch is identified as the very messianic figure that he had seen in his visions. Earlier in 1 Enoch 46, the messianic Son of Man is described in these exact terms. So the patriarch Enoch is called the Son of Man and is described with the same attributes applied to the Son of Man of his visions. Obviously,
but which
this
one
puts
came
the
first,
teachings
man?
of the
What's
Book of
going on?
Enoch in direct conflict with the teachings of the New Testament.
Listen. What my man's trying to say is not making sense to me because all of these compilations of things came after the Book of Enoch. Yeah, we've already got the meeting of Nicaea where they're taking different scriptures and canonizing them into what we're calling the Biblos or the Bible. You get me? It doesn't make sense. Like these guys, information is information, but yeah, you have to kind of get it in the right order. If something comes after something, do you get what I'm saying? But refers to it and refers to things or has uh passages that are connected or referred to in both books, then yeah, there's some similarities or there's some things that connect them. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just that some people chose not to put these books like the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Adam, the Book of this one. Do you get what I'm saying? That we know are clearly not in any of these Abrahamic texts. Mud.
Now, some might point to a 1912 translation by R.H. Charles, which has this verse identifying the Son of Man in the third person rather than in second person. So instead it reads, "This is the Son of Man," implying that Enoch is not being revealed as this messianic figure, but is being directed to a separate figure. However, Charles's translation of this passage is unanimously rejected by the scholarly community. Charles made the change because he thought it was odd that Enoch didn't recognize himself throughout the book of parables as he's being shown visions of the Messiah. Because of this, Charles theorized that there was a lost passage that revealed the Son of Man as someone
See?
other than Enoch.
Lost passages.
Then, based on his speculative theory, he
There we
amended
go.
his translation to reflect a third-person rendering, rather than what the manuscript actually recorded.
Hmm?
Leslie Walk writes, Charles' solution was to amend the text of 1 Enoch 71:14 to the third person instead of the second person. Thus Charles read, "This is the Son of Man," rather than "You are the Son of Man." Then he made the necessary changes in the rest of the text to bring it into harmony with the third person rendering. He also suggested that a paragraph, which revealed the identity of the Son of Man, has been lost. But this extensive emendation has no surviving textual basis in any of the manuscripts, and for this reason,
No, I'm not having it. We're moving on.
She takes a picture, and
Oh,
in
gosh.
that picture is this ET. He puts the camera over in that direction, and everyone looking in that direction at that moment
Yeah.
saw it.
Is it?
You can make contact with these civilizations, and you do
Wow.
not need the government.
No.
And that's when they take me into a hotel room later that night and very
Mud.
aggressively say, "What the hell do
Shut
you
up.
think you're doing?"
Yeah. What
Because
the hell?
those projects understand the power of consciousness.
And how are you
that
on
the
YouTube
Rosetta
now?
Stone
And
of
doing
contact
adverts?
has to do with these protocols.
Mhm.
And they were not
Shut up.
times it appears the later Akkadian versions are paraphrasing the early Sumerian texts, instead of translating word for word.
Let's go.
Some
Let's go. What
What
was
account
that?
of Genesis was originally inspired by or plagiarized from another ancient work called the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Ooh.
If you read through the
Hmm.
flood account in Gilgamesh,
Hmm.
you will find many similarities to what we read in Genesis,
Oh, is it?
such as that the flood hero building a vessel to survive the storm, releasing birds, making a sacrifice afterwards, and the gods blessing him. It is from these similarities that many suggest the account in Genesis was taken from the account in Gilgamesh, or was merely the work that the Israelite authors utilized to make their version of the flood. However, when you dive deeper into this claim, you will find that scholars note the claim of direct plagiarism is unlikely, and the truth is more complicated.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Epic of Gilgamesh.
The Epic of Gilgamesh is very different from Genesis in multiple ways.
Okay.
First, it is not an account of origins or creation. Instead, Gilgamesh is an epic that follows the adventures of the king of Uruk, who is named Gilgamesh. And the epic is divided across 12 tablets.
Mm.
The summary is that Gilgamesh was a king who was hated by his people. So the gods create a wild man named Enkidu to distract him.
Uh-oh.
Enkidu and Gilgamesh become friends and go on adventures together. But then the gods become mad with them and then sentence Enkidu to die. After this, Gilgamesh is filled with grief and fear of his own mortality. So he goes on a long journey to find Utnapishtim, who is immortal, to ask him how he could obtain immortality for himself. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that he cannot.
Yeah, and the flood of Utnapishtim is the flood of Noah. So how are they saying that the Noah story is with Gilgamesh when Gilgamesh supposedly from the Sumerian version meets Noah? You know, crazy. Because there's gonna be, there's a tablet called the Book of or the Flood of Utnapishtim. Interesting.
Achieve this, but that there is a plant at the bottom of the sea that can rejuvenate the body. Gilgamesh manages to get a hold of this plant, but on the way back to Uruk, he stops to bathe, and a serpent steals the plant. So the epic ends with Gilgamesh accepting his mortal life, and that the only immortality one can hope to achieve is to make a name for yourself that lasts through generations. So as you can see, the whole account is nothing like Genesis. But when Gilgamesh visits Utnapishtim, he learns from him about the flood. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that he was tasked to build a vessel to survive the storm. After the flood, he made a sacrifice to feed the gods, and as a reward, he was granted immortality. It is this particular section of Gilgamesh that many argue was either stolen and added to the Bible, or it was at least what the Israelite authors used to make their own story of the Great Flood. However,
Israelite authors or Jewish. Let's get it right, man. Stop it, man. Come on, man. What are we doing out here?
there are problems with each of these claims. First, we need to point out that we don't have just one epic of Gilgamesh. Technically, we have several fragmented accounts of Gilgamesh, and they are all different from each other. What is traditionally known as the Epic of Gilgamesh is the late version, found in an Assyrian library at Nineveh, that dates to the 7th century BC. F.T.K says of the earlier fragmented versions, those from the 2nd millennium, although textually related to the Nineveh texts, differ from them considerably. The Akkadian forms of the epic, attested in the 2nd millennium texts, disappear by the end of this millennium, to be replaced in the 1st millennium by a version of the epic that is basically standardized wherever it is found and is characterized by a distinctive style. So what we can gather from historical evidence is that Gilgamesh was updated and changed over time, and there are several different versions, which show how fluid the text was before the construction of the late epic.
3000 BC, yeah. We, mutting.
We have found variations in fragmented Sumerian, Akkadian, Hittite, and Hurrian versions, scattered throughout the ancient world. All of these appear to be older than the late complete version, and differences can be found throughout. Here are some examples. In the early Sumerian texts, Enkidu is referred to as a servant, not a friend. 50 soldiers set out with Gilgamesh in one adventure, but are absent in the late epic. In the early version, it refers to a temple as the abode of Anu, but in the late versions, it refers to it as the abode of Anu and Ishtar. In a Sumerian text, at one point, Gilgamesh wants to travel to Cedar Mountain to establish a name for himself. But in the old Babylonian version, he wants to travel there to fight a monster to establish his name. In the late epic, this is again modified to state that it was the sun god who is the initiator of this campaign. F.T.K notes, the Bull of Heaven episode is not attested in the old Babylonian version. It is first attested in the Akkadian and Hittite texts from Hattusha. In the late epic, the 12th tablet appears to be an addition that contradicts the rest of the story. Enkidu is alive at the beginning of this tablet, even though he dies in the middle of the story. He is also referred to as a servant in this section, which supports T.K.'s theory that Tablet 12 is a literal translation of an earlier Sumerian poem added to the end of the epic, sort of like an appendage for the story as a whole. There are also variations in how things are worded. Many times it appears the later Akkadian versions are paraphrasing the early Sumerian texts, instead of translating word for word. Sometimes in the late epic, sections are expanded and given more commentary, and sometimes sections are reformatted with new ideas. Sometimes there is evidence of corruption or a misunderstanding of earlier wording. There are even variations between the different Sumerian fragments. So what we read in the late version appears to be an evolved text that gradually came about after several redactions and changes. And the text itself appears to have been understood as fluid and should be modified depending on the culture and time period. F.T.K says, in any case, the fragments of the Middle Babylonian period indicate that the emergence of the late Standard Babylonian text was a gradual process that took centuries, rather than something achieved all at once by the final editor. Some suggest the late product was originally separate works that were then compiled together into the epic.
Well, that would make
But
sense.
F.T.K argues that is unlikely, given that
Come on, man. We look in all that region, all the information predates those people. We've always said this. You get me? Sumerians are writing about people 450,000 years ago. How is this possible? No, this information was passed on from generation to generation to generation to generation to generation, and boom, yeah. And as it reached certain generations and certain interactions where the people are the same, but the name of the society has changed. Do you get what I'm saying? Now they're talking about Babylonian, but Babylonians are not nothing more than Sumerians who speak Akkadian. Do you get what I'm saying? Them trying to make these separations where there are no separations. Throughout this period, these are all the same generations or descendants of these people. So yeah.
that the earlier fragmented versions probably reference other parts of the epic, suggesting that there was an earlier epic in Akkadian that was just being updated over time.
You see? Early version in Akkadian, which I told you, which they spoke, and then later on they spoke Babylonian, which is a language. They spoke Chaldean, and they spoke Aramaean or Aramaic. You get it? So let's move forward. No Paleo Hebrew, nothing. Right, stop it.
It might be the case that the earliest Akkadian version was put together from separate Sumerian works, but we still are not entirely sure. However, F.T.K notes there is most likely one exception to this, namely the flood account, which he argues was most likely added to the late version of the epic and was absent in the earlier versions. The reasons is that the flood account in Gilgamesh differs from the rest of the epic in terms of style, opening formulas, and vocabulary. The flood account refers to Utnapishtim's wife as woman, but outside of the flood account, the epic mostly refers to her as wife. The Utnapishtim sections outside of the flood account use a single formula for introducing speeches. This formula is also seen in earlier places of the epic and observed in the earlier Old Babylonian fragmented versions. However, within the flood narrative in Gilgamesh Epic 11, on the other hand, a different formula is consistently used. A opened his mouth to speak, saying to be. The Gilgamesh Epic continually uses a homogenized, repetitious style. But when it comes to the flood account, this style is used far less and only in short passages. When the flood account is over, the style reverts back to the large-scale, homogenized, repetitious style. F.T.K notes the likely explanation is that the flood account in Gilgamesh was not originally part of the epic, but was inserted into the late version and was copied from the flood account in a late, now lost, version of the Atrahasis. Certain lines of the Gilgamesh flood are virtually identical to lines found in Atrahasis. The opening list of gods is more consistent with the list of gods in the second tablet of the Atrahasis, and finally and most telling, the flood hero of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim, is called Atrahasis at one point. Thus, we must therefore infer that prior to the late version of Gilgamesh, the flood narrative was not part of the Utnapishtim section, and that it was taken into Gilgamesh from a late version of Atrahasis, one dating from the time when the late formula was in vogue. Scott Nagel says, most scholars therefore see this section, the 11th tablet, as the work of a 7th century editor who based the edition upon an earlier.
And by the way, I have all these books, all these scriptures. You got me the Atrahasis, the Ulama Elish. You got me the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Flood of Utnapishtim. You know what I'm saying? These are all Sumerian texts, man. So, you know, these are all tablets, as you would say. You know, they're all in in cuneiform, written in cuneiform. Mad.
Source known as the Atrahasis epic. Therefore, Gilgamesh seems to be an elastic and fluid epic that changed and was modified depending on the culture and time period. The flood account was probably not in the original version, as it is not consistent with the literary structures of the rest of the epic, and is not attested in the early fragmented versions or even hinted to. It most likely was added during the construction of the late version, or even at a later point but prior to it being placed in the library at Nineveh. Now, given all this research, it can better help us compare and understand the relation between the Genesis flood and the Gilgamesh version. The first thing to note is there is no evidence of direct literary dependence in Genesis, like there is with Gilgamesh's dependence on the Atrahasis. As we noted, we can find literary connections between the late version of the Gilgamesh epic and the Atrahasis. This is entirely lacking when it comes to the Genesis account. There is no evidence of direct literary borrowing, with vocabulary, style, or formulas. It is true there are Akkadian cognates in the biblical account of the flood.
We already know this, man. But like, bro, if you're gonna do something, do it right, man. Go and read the the flood of Utnapishtim. That's the story. Right? If the character is mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh, yeah, then it's trying to solidify that that person actually existed, right? And they put that Utnapishtim character with the story of Noah. You know what I'm saying? Later on to become the story of Noah. This is where it came from. So it's not going to be fully connected. Just that the character, the individual, yeah, is being certified. Where you call him Noor or Noah. Do you know what I'm saying? According to the Abrahamic religions, yeah. But it's all going to be connected. But we can't keep doing this one that came after comparing to the one that came before. It makes no sense. And misappropriating the tablets, you know what I mean? Get them right, man.
However, John Walton and Tremper Longman note this doesn't actually show they were just borrowing from the known Mesopotamian flood legends, as the literary arrangement in Genesis when the cognates show up do not match any Mesopotamian flood legends. In their words, the narrative flow concerning the building materials does not specifically follow any of the Mesopotamian traditions. So although the biblical description has connections to Akkadian, it also seems to be an independent tradition that was handed down to the Hebrews that was separate from the other known flood accounts, not something that was taken from known Mesopotamian flood legends. Even Mark Smith notes, the lack of verbal agreement with parallel Akkadian texts, as opposed to motifs and the relative paucity of lone vocabulary and literature, militates against a theory of direct literary dependence. With Genesis 1 to 11, we seem to be working more with shared motifs and basic plot lines that originated in Mesopotamia, rather than with actually known texts directly borrowed into Israel. If the Hebrews did craft the flood account by borrowing from the other known flood legends, they changed so much that any recognizable direct literary connection has been erased by the work.
Well, that's it, isn't it? The fact that there's flood accounts that predate this modern day flood account then shows you that voila, answer to your question, dummy.
Work of undetectable and clever forgers. Now, what many scholars suggest is not literary dependence, but shared traditions between Genesis and the other flood accounts. In other words, all the flood accounts are probably building off original oral traditions handed down to the later cultures. John Walton illustrates this by comparing it to the Egyptian and Hittite accounts of the Battle of Kadesh. Both cultures wrote about the same event, and so we should expect there to be similarities. But also, the religious and cultural perspective of each side produced differences as well. But the important point is that the similarities between both accounts do not mean one side copied the other, or inspired the other's account. It is more likely both accounts just shared similar traditions about some.
They're both telling the truth, isn't it? They had an interaction with each other, and for you to have records on both sides is an amazing thing. So it just proves that that interaction was real and true. Nothing more.
Something that happened in the past. We can make another analogy with the event known as the Exodus from Egypt. Both Tacitus and Manetho speak of the origins of the nation of Israel as having left Egypt a long time ago. Tacitus says the Hebrews were kicked out because of a plague, and Manetho refers to the Exodus as an expulsion of lepers. There are similarities here to what we find in the earlier account within the book of Exodus. But it is unlikely Tacitus or Manetho got their information from the Pentateuch. It is more likely they are citing an earlier Egyptian version of their side of the story, and thus have a shared tradition with what we find in the earlier Hebrew book of the Exodus. Likewise, the ancient Near Eastern flood accounts are more likely to have shared traditions of a flood that took place in the distant past. As Walton and Longman say, the reader should not jump to the conclusion that the identification of similarities suggests that the author has borrowed information directly from the Mesopotamian accounts. Everyone in the ancient world knows there was a flood, just like everyone today knows there was a Holocaust. It is a cultural river. Mesopotamian accounts are drawing out of that cultural river and spinning it according to their cultural ideas and theology. The biblical authors are doing the same. We need not concern ourselves with whether the Israelite authors have access to copies of the Mesopotamian accounts. It is true that Genesis does have parallels found in the other Mesopotamian flood legends, like Gilgamesh. However, Walton and Longman note, we often tend to highlight the similarities and ignore the differences. The reality is, there are more differences between Genesis and the other accounts that really sets Genesis apart. Since there is no evidence of direct literary borrowing, it is likely the various flood accounts just contain shared traditions of an earlier oral tradition about a flood in the distant past. As Ed Nort says, the extent to which the later narrative is derived from the earlier traditions remains uncertain. A direct form of literary influence cannot be asserted, as the distinctive features of the respective narratives are too plentiful to allow such an affirmation. All one can say is that the biblical account must have been influenced by the Mesopotamian oral tradition or by a pre-existing series of such orally transmitted traditions. Another aspect that needs to be considered is the complexity of each account. What we read in Genesis seems to be a far simpler account when we compare it to what we see in Gilgamesh or the Atrahasis, suggesting it was not a further elaboration.
Yeah, to simplify things down. I've been saying that from time, no? You know what I mean? Make it easier. You know what I mean? More palatable. And someone has a vested interest in putting these scriptures down and, you know, presenting it in a particular way. Why are we using that as the basis of where we're doing our investigation? No, it's the other way around. Yeah? The original accounts are the more true and more thing accounts, and the modern day thing we have is diluted, man. It's been usurped and used to our own devices. Otherwise, I can't maintain my argument. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that they came first, or the ancient civilizations. This is what it's based on. It would make no sense, but it's actually factual. But
Elaboration or dependent on the other versions. Kenneth Kitchen notes, the Genesis account is in no way more evolved. In terms of length, the Genesis account of the flood would equal roughly 120 lines of the Sumerian or Akkadian versions, whereas the Atrahasis flood account was originally at least 370 lines long, and the flood account of Gilgamesh is about 200 lines long. Kitchen says, Genesis 6 to 8 was probably the simplest and shortest of all ancient versions, possibly originating as early as they, and is certainly not a secondary elaboration on them. If they were just crafting a simplified version from the existing flood legends, we should expect there to be evidence of redactions or simplifying of specific sections. Instead, we see a simpler flood account that lacks any literary connections to the Mesopotamian versions. We also see less theological development in Genesis, and things that would make more practical sense. For instance, both Gilgamesh and Genesis note the flood hero released birds after the flood. In Gilgamesh, the order is a dove, swallow, and then a raven, the last being the largest of the three birds. In Genesis 8, the order is a raven, and then a dove is released 3 times. In the IVP Bible Background Commentary, they note the order in Genesis makes more...
That's not similar, no, but it doesn't even matter, but whatever, man. These guys sound hella confused. Trying to distance themselves from the original stories, man. They came out of Mesopotamia. There's nothing you can do about that. These are the facts. Anyway.
Practical sense for surveying the withdrawal of the floodwaters. Unlike pigeons or doves, which will return after being released, a raven's use to the seamen is based on its line of flight. By noting the direction it chooses, a sailor may determine where land is located. The most sensible strategy is to release a raven first and then use other birds to determine the depth of the water and the likelihood of a place to land. A raven, by habit, lives on carrion and would therefore have sufficient food available. The dove and the pigeon have a limited ability for sustained flight. Thus, navigators use them to determine the location of landing sites. As long as they return, no landing is in close range. The dove lives at lower elevations and requires plants for food. So Noah releasing a raven first and then a dove coheres well with ancient seafaring practices. It is likely a raven would be released first to follow the line of direction of dry land. Since it didn't return, that would indicate it may have found a place to rest beyond line of sight, signifying the floodwaters were receding. The dove, which is a smaller bird, would have been released next to determine if land masses were nearby, which were not indicated right away. The dove was released again until it did not return, indicating enough dry land had finally appeared. The arc dimensions in Gilgamesh indicate it would have been 120 by 120 by 120 cubits, with 6 decks and 7 floors, meaning it likely resembled a giant cube. Such a vessel is unlikely to float and seems to be entirely mythical. We have noted in a previous video, the arc dimensions in Genesis are probably an idealized and exaggerated formula. But even though the dimensions are exaggerated, the ratio of distribution of its walls would more likely be based on an actual vessel that would have been able to float and weather the storm.
Yeah, but you're going to use Egyptian system of measuring to even have the conversation. This is madness. You understand? Once you mention cubits, you speak in Egyptian, man. Like, what are we doing here? Nonsense.
In other flood legends, the rain lasts for 7 days and 7 nights. But Genesis indicates a longer time frame of 40 days and 40 nights. For the region to fill with water, 7 days seems too short. A longer period would seem more likely to actually create a mega lake in the area. So using a higher symbolic number is a better estimate. Also, the monsoons that used to happen in that region typically lasted for about 4 weeks, which is closer to what Genesis records. So Genesis makes more sense in terms of how long the rain would need to roughly last. Thus, Genesis is a much simpler account and has more elements that seem to be realistic. As Alan Millard says, if judgment is to be passed as to the priority of one tradition over the other, Genesis inevitably wins. In creation, its account is admired for its simplicity and grandeur. Its concept of man accords well with observable facts. Thus, given that there are no literary connections between Gilgamesh and Genesis, like there are between Gilgamesh and Atrahasis, and that the Genesis account is far simpler and realistic, it is unlikely the Hebrews used Gilgamesh as a source. It is more likely all the flood accounts and the similarities within them are the result of shared traditions about a flood that happened in the distant past. Furthermore, the Epic of Gilgamesh appears to have been a fluid text that was meant to be adjusted depending on the time period and culture it was in. This suggests its aim was not necessarily accurate history, but adjusting its content to better suit the audience. We lack evidence to suggest Genesis was treated the same way, and there is a lot of archaeological and historical data that suggests Genesis was aiming more to report accurate accounts of the past. Thus, it doesn't appear with our present knowledge that Genesis was meant to be a fluid text like Gilgamesh. In fact, they seem to be entirely different in their aim, genre, and purpose. And so, there is no reason to assume the Genesis flood was just a myth taken from Gilgamesh or inspired by that flood story.
Yeah, big up that.
This is a message for experts, mentors, consultants, and aspiring coaches. Did you know that you could make your monthly wage in just one day?
Wow.
There's no doubt about the impact of Abrahamic religions on the African continent, including Afro-descendant people all across the world. Even if you personally have little to no Abrahamic devotion, if you will, there's a big chance that somewhere down your lineage, one of your ancestors did. One of my patrons requested that I speak about events in the Christian Bible and reveal what was going on in Africa during those times, as several individuals in my patron's study group were curious. I thought this was a great topic that would not only benefit the small group, but the larger Afro-descendant community who subscribe to these religions. So today, I thought I'd speak about one of the most popular figures throughout all the Abrahamic religions. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and contributing to this content. On Patreon, you can find more in-depth courses on African history. And with a word from my sponsors, there's a new social media platform dedicated to educating and uplifting our people. No longer do we have to be censored for speaking our truth. Our Black Truth is Black owned and operated, and a place where you can post your businesses and even monetize your content. You can download the app at Google Play or the App Store, and you can visit the website at ourblackTruth.com. Links to everything in the description box below. As mentioned before, many of us in the diaspora subscribe to these religions as it's a big part of our history. Powerful African empires such as Mali and Songhai embraced the Muslim branch of the Abrahamic family, and Congo advanced the Christian branch. So whether on the soil of the Americas or the African continent, the Abrahamic religions are a big part of our story. Before we begin, I know religion can be a polarizing topic in our community, so I'm hoping that we can be respectful to each other in the comment section below. If this video is not for you, or you think it simply has no value for the diaspora, please feel free to skip this one altogether. Now, despite the complications of dating a religious figure such as Moses, many biblical historians seem to settle on the date of the 13th century BC. So we'll be focusing on what was going on in Africa during that time. Please keep in mind that this video is not intended to endorse or legitimize any particular religion or religious story over the other. It's simply a fulfillment of a request. Let's begin. For those who may not be aware of who Moses is, to keep it simple, according to the Abrahamic religions, he was the principal figure in helping his people free themselves from Egyptian bondage, leading them to the so-called Promised Land. He's actually one of the most popular religious figures in human history. So what was going on in Africa during the 13th century BC? I think scholar Christopher Ehret ushered in a great summary concerning events on the continent in general, which included this time frame. Here's what he had to say. If we look back across the whole range of developments in Africa between 3500 and 1000 BCE, we see a continent whose history paralleled, in most respects, the historical patterns on other continents. Agriculture, in a great range of varieties, had become the basis of the domestic economy over two-thirds of Africa, just as similar livelihoods had become widely spread in Europe, Asia, and the Americas. In the southern portion of the continent, hunting and gathering still held sway, as it did in different forms in the northern regions of Asia, the farther north of Europe, the northern parts of North America, and the southern reaches of South America. The first smelting of metals, in particular copper, developed in sub-Saharan Africa during this 2500-year period, just as it did in parts of Asia and Europe and separately in Mesoamerica. More specialized production for trade took shape in several areas of the continent, and, in parallel fashion to peoples in the Mesopotamian region of Southwest Asia and in almost the same time period, Africans in both Nubia and Egypt participated in the kinds of historical developments that led first to the concentrated population growth on favored farming lands and then to the emergence of the first states, to pre-commercial towns, and to class societies. Even though this is obviously a broad period of time being discussed, it still encompasses the 13th century BC and gives a general idea of how to place the continent of Africa in the context of world history. More specifically, in West Africa during the 13th century BC, the Dar Tichit urban settlement was in what one scholar calls its classical phase of development. Dar Tichit was located in modern-day Mauritania, and it was an early settlement believed to have been founded by the Soninka people. Several authors have identified Tichit as the political antecedent of the Empire of Ghana, and therefore West Africa's first large-scale complex society, using terms such as chiefdom or even incipient state. Today, neither term sits well with a growing Africanist skepticism towards the utility of such contrived and imported social categories. Instead, let us simply consider Tichit's characteristics at its apogee. Some of the most prevalent characteristics of the Dar Tichit site during the 13th century BC involved the expansion of vast stone settlements of conjoined stone-walled compounds. During this classical phase, a four-tier settlement hierarchy is proposed, ranging from hamlets through villages and district centers to regional centers. Each district center may have administered between 3 and 20 villages and hamlets, while the regional center features 540 stone-walled compounds, most of them containing several dwellings and granaries made of perishable materials. Many historians believe that Dar Tichit is indeed the precursor to the Ghana Empire that began to flourish as a recognizable kingdom in or around 300 AD. Perhaps the most popular event in Africa during the 13th century BC was the rise of Ramses II and the Battle of Kadesh. Ramses II is considered by many to be the greatest pharaoh of Egypt, and he's probably the most popular. He came to the throne at the age of about 25 and became known as a sort of warrior king. His victory over the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh restored Egypt's supremacy over its neighbors. He resolved his final conflict with the Hittites with what some believe to be a masterpiece of diplomacy, one of the first international peace treaties in world history. At the Battle of Kadesh in 1303 BCE, the first battle for which historians have reliable troop strength figures, the Egyptian force under Ramses
Hold on it. First peace treaty. First peace treaty on the planet. And remember that a peace treaty supersedes any rule of law. So before you can come with any Magna Carta or any uh, thing like that, you have to have a signed peace treaty. And the first people to do that were Africans. There you go.
II consisted of 20,000 soldiers. They faced and defeated an army of Hittites numbering about 17,000. Ramses carried out building programs on a massive scale. The most impressive were his mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, at Thebes and Abu Simbel, a temple containing 4 gigantic seated figures of Ramses. Another of his important constructions was a temple dedicated to Osiris, which was located at Abydos. A master in the art of self-promotion, Ramses was not content with simple monument building. In his campaign to make his presence felt throughout his kingdom, he went so far as to put his name on the monuments built by other pharaohs. Our last event during the 13th century BC is actually somewhat related to Ramses II, but with a twist. As mentioned before, many of our ancestors on the African continent subscribed to the Abrahamic religions, and in West Africa, Islam was adopted by many of the elite. Two of West Africa's most powerful empires, Mali and Songhai, as mentioned before, advanced Islam as a state religion, and perhaps in attempts to include themselves in the Abrahamic religious narrative, a local historian claimed that the pharaoh himself, in this case Ramses II, used to get some of his priests from the Songhai. In the Tariq-es-Sudan, a chronicle written in Arabic about 1653, which is considered the single most important primary source for the history of the Songhai Empire, Abdurrahman es-Sadi confirmed that the city of Koikya already existed at the time of Pharaoh Ramses II. He stated that it was from this city, Koikya, that the pharaoh called for a group of magicians to challenge Moses. Even though this is a primary source for the history of the Songhai Empire, it's important to note that the Tariq-es-Sudan is littered with religious narratives, explanations, objectives, and undertones. In many ways, it's just as much of an historical document as it is a religious or cultural one. It documents each of those genres quite well. We just have to know how to read it. Given that context, one scholar believes that it is reasonable to conclude that the Moses story suggests ancient contact between the Songhai and North Africa in general. Well, I'm all out, guys. In the comment section below, please share some more events that you may be aware of that were happening on the continent of Africa during the 13th century BC. And if you like these videos, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com.
Mud. Big up the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? That was good info. Still, what I've been saying for a while, Islam was not brought to us by no Arabs and and it's embedded in some of our cultures. Do you get it? Our historical events and all of that. Oh, wow, okay, we had great Muslim empires. Like, come on, like, what's going on? Now you want to question a man's validity? It's like, it's crazy, man. You know what I mean? Don't you study history? Okay, I like this one. Let me play this song. I know, man. Hit the PayPal, man. Let me get that ad blocker, man. Come on, man. Big up, man. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, man, it's pinned to the top of the chat. You get me? Show a little, a little love in that. You get me for the work that man's putting in. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let's go. No? I swear, sometimes I just get whipped. Let's go.
I've done videos about significant events and civilizations in Africa during the time of Caesar and Alexander of Macedonia, but I thought I would paint a picture of the continent during the broader period of the so-called Greco-Roman world. Some of the most popular movies, historical and fictional, are based on this moment in human history, and our own civilization here in America is greatly influenced by this time period. So I thought it fitting to show the historical African landscape during this frequently referenced moment in time. And while you're rewatching classic movies like Gladiator or Troy, you can rest assured that this video will give you an idea of which African civilizations were flourishing during that time. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content.
Come on, big
If
up
you'd like
family.
access to full courses and sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. If you've ever taken a history course, you're no doubt going to encounter Greco-Roman civilization, especially concerning the time period of what scholars call classical antiquity. Most agree that this time period begins in the 8th century BC and ends around the 6th century AD. Now, this is a very broad time period to be speaking about, but it's an important one. Anyway, a lot was going on in Africa during this time frame, and so I can't cover everything. I'll try my best to cover what I consider the most significant civilizations and events.
Did you see it? Did you see that? Did you see that? Let's go back. We're not silly out here, man. We say things and people don't believe us. Oh, you see though, Mackie, you see though. What do you know? What do you know? Excuse me. Seeming like I know a lot. I'm not saying it's the best information, but I do know. Look. Can you see where my cursor is? It says Sudan, meaning that Sudan's not this little piece over here. It's all across here. So when I say my people left out of Sudan, out of the Nile Valley, do you know what I'm saying? And crossed into another part of Sudan, yeah. Where's the inconsistency? This is what they knew. They told us this. They had the maps, and we had maps, so we had. I don't know, man. Education system must be flawed right now, man. For people not to know these standard facts.
Everything. I'll try my best to cover what I consider the most significant civilizations and events during this popular time in human history. For this video, and for the sake of brevity, I'm going to leave out Egyptian and Carthaginian civilizations, because at the very least, people know much more about these civilizations than any other on the continent. So please keep that in mind. Most can agree that classical antiquity begins when Greeks start to express some power and form colonies around the Mediterranean region, and when Rome is established by the legendary or folkloric ruler Romulus, who's said to have founded Rome in 753 BC. Interestingly enough, when Greece and Rome was just beginning as powerful civilizations, ancient Kush had already been a recognizable civilization for about 1,000 years and some change, with the kingdom of Kerma flourishing around 2500 BC. When Greece and Rome came on the scene in the 8th century BC, Kush was starting its age of glory, as King Payanki conquered Egypt around 744 BC, ushering in what some may call an African Renaissance along the Nile Valley. This was the first significant empire for Nubian civilization, which brought in a golden era of building projects and cultural religious renewal that had not been seen since Old Kingdom Egypt. One Kushite ruler during this period, named King Taharka, became a sort of legendary figure in his own right in classical antiquity, as he was mentioned by the Greeks much later and other ancient people for his exploits. The significance of this is important for us in the diaspora to understand. Context says a lot, because as classical antiquity was just beginning, at least from a Western perspective, African rulers were essentially already in their golden age. Another significant moment in Africa during classical antiquity began when Rome was in their prime during the reign of Augustus Caesar. We're not exactly sure when Queen Amanirenas came to the throne, but we know for sure she was in conflict with Rome when Augustus was on the throne in 27 BC. There has been no other monarch in Africa that took on such a great threat in the ancient world, going on to successfully safeguard the integrity of their borders like Queen Amanirenas of Kush. There have been very few occasions where Rome's ambition was stopped in full, and the kingdom of Kush under Queen Amanirenas was one of them. The Romans were threatening the integrity of her borders. This led to various skirmishes and brief battles lasting about 5 years. The Romans, under Petronius, apparently wanted to tax Nubians living in Roman-controlled Egypt, which she naturally opposed. Petronius wanted to challenge Kush and make them a sort of vassal state.
Comedy of Errors is one of my favourites, and I've laughed my head off. I thought it was...
One successful campaign against the Romans in Egypt, even taking the head of a statue in the form of Augustus and burying it under a temple. a clear sign of her contempt and resistance. The Romans had varying levels of success driving the Kushites southwards. However, apparently finding difficulty navigating Nubian terrain, the Romans were stymied and did not engage further. Thus, a final battle never actually occurred, in which the queen may have been expecting and prepared for. Queen Monerinus made sure to write down the events on a stone tablet for the world to see, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to fully decipher Meroitic script. I find it fascinating that the queen acquired everything she wanted in her treaty with Rome. She also commissioned the Sella to make her side of events known. Not only did an African queen have a military skirmish with Rome during classical antiquity, but she got her prerogatives met in full. This is certainly one of the more incredible moments in African history that is seldom explored. Another principal civilization in Africa during classical antiquity was the Garamanti civilization, which comes to our attention in writing around the 5th century BC, but it's no doubt older than that. Evidence of rock art in North Africa speaks very clearly to the existence of the so-called Garamantes. The art presents something that we very rarely associate with Africa. Some scholars suggest that the rock paintings provide conclusive proof of regular trans-Saharan contact and the existence of two-wheeled horse-drawn war chariots. Now, two questions.
The wheel. Who invented the wheel? Told you, man. Africa's been riding around for thousands of years. You get me? Like, yeah, come on, man. We got horses and everything, man. Like, what are we doing out here?
Questions arise from this discovery. Were these chariots used for war as assumed? And also, were these chariots introduced into Garamanti civilization via the Hyksos invasion of Egypt? We can't say for sure, but nonetheless, these chariots did exist in Africa during classical antiquity. During the latter end of classical antiquity, the Swahili coast was beginning to come into its own. According to the Greek sailing guide, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, believed to have been written in approximately the 2nd century CE, commercial trade in this East African region dates back 2,000 years or more. All of this being accomplished before the arrival of Arab settlers. Commerce most likely began with local Africans of the coast, trading with those of the interior for items ranging from agricultural produce to salt and iron tools. Pottery also was apparently traded. Unglazed with minimal decoration or color, these early forms of pottery have a marked resemblance to those types produced in various regions of Central Africa, as well as in Zimbabwe and Mapungubwe in present-day South Africa. But the most powerful of the African civilizations in Eastern Africa after the glory days of Meroitic civilization was no doubt the kingdom of Aksum. By around 500 BC, a number of peoples or kingdoms.
There you go, Axum. There you go, Axum. Cheese. Cheese. Yeah. Come on, put respect on her name. Cheese.
United to form a powerful city-state whose capital was at Aksum. Aksum was overlooking the Red Sea in a very strategic position which strengthened Aksum's trading networks with Egypt, Arabia, and other trading ports along the East African coast. Aksum's trading networks eventually extended as far as the Eastern Mediterranean Sea and the Middle East, India, and even present-day Sri Lanka. One of the more interesting aspects of classical antiquity are the use of war elephants, which were in use throughout this period. Ptolemaic Egypt, under the rule of the Greeks, had a supply of elephants for their military conquests, and they were known to have been, at least in part, supplied by Aksum. By the 4th century, Aksum's trading ties had grown to encompass the Eastern Roman Empire, which ensured the kingdom even greater prosperity and international recognition. Indeed, at the height of Aksum's power, its rulers dominated an area extending from the present-day Republic of Sudan to Somalia, and from the coast of the Red Sea to the Nile Valley. At times, Aksumite power even stretched across the Red Sea to the Arabian Peninsula.
You heard. No, let me rewind it, just in case they didn't hear. They didn't hear Axum. They weren't listening.
Dominated an area extending from the present-day Republic of Sudan to Somalia, and from the coast of the Red Sea to the Nile Valley. At times, Aksumite power even stretched across the Red Sea to the Arabian Peninsula. During this period, Aksum grew in wealth as well as in political and military influence. And last but not least, during classical antiquity, the kingdom of Ghana, or Wagadu, was flourishing in West Africa. West Africa in general had become home to a number of urban sites during this period, sites like Gao and Mima along the Middle Niger. But perhaps the most popular was Ghana. The Kingdom of Ghana is believed to have formed around 300 to 500 AD. But before Ghana took form, an even older urban center existed, known as Dar Tichet. We know that at least 300 years before the beginning of classical antiquity, one regional center at Dar Tichet already featured about 540 stone-walled compounds, most of which contained several dwellings. Some have described Dar Tichet as an incipient state in West Africa, before the arrival of the larger and more known Ghana. Ironically, Dar Tichet was in a stage of decline once the classical age began. The state that arose, known to us as Ghana or Wagadu, is believed to have been a descendant of Dar Tichet. Al-Bukhari tells us about the vast city of Ghana's capital. The city of Ghana consists of two towns situated on a plain. The king's town is 6 miles distant from this one and bears the name of Al-Gaba. Between these towns, there are continuous habitations. The houses of the inhabitants are of stone and acacia wood. The king has a palace and a number of domed dwellings, all surrounded with an enclosure like a city wall. Even though this account was made after classical antiquity, it gives us an idea about how ancient Ghana would have looked during the Greco-Roman era. Again, there are many more African civilizations and societies that I've failed to mention, but I think the civilizations mentioned in this video can work as a foundation for us when we visualize this moment in history as it concerns Africa. And while you're watching some of your favorite movies that reference this classical period, you may now remove the dust of adulteration that has historically plagued our knowledge of Africa.
Tell him, bro.
Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com.
We support you,
the link
man.
is in the description box
Come
below.
on, come on.
Know that's out. Remember your ancestors.
Cheers.
Peace.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Come on. Yo, broski's going in. You can't test this. You can't stop this. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Yeah, my man is serious with this thing. Yeah, man. Hope you got some good information there, bro. Alright. We're trying it. Alright, let's go. I like this one. This one looks interesting.
Did you know that you can make money from YouTube without creating videos?
Wow.
That's right. You can use...
Yeah, shut up, man. Stupid. Foolish boy. Foolish boy. Why are you on YouTube?
Concerning why the African continent fell.
Let's go again. Why is he on YouTube, huh? How you make money on YouTube, but you're not on YouTube? But you're not making videos, but you made a video. Man, stop your nonsense.
Based on the great insight you guys have shared with me concerning why the African continent fell. The majority of this video will be the same as the last, but with one addition. So feel free to skip out on this one if you've already seen it. Anyway, if you guys recall in my previous video, I talked about my 4 gates theory as to why Africa fell. And now, based on our collective minds coming together, I think we can now call it the 5 gates theory. So today, let's discuss the 5 pivotal reasons why the African continent fell.
Let's go. Let's go.
What up, African family? It's Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And as always, if you want to support the Home Team, you can do so on patreon.com. I have some new rewards for you guys, so be sure to check that out. Also, go to afrographics.com, a website where you can find unique illustrative infographics summarizing African history. All links to Patreon, Afrographics, and Home Team merchandise are in the description box below. This video is not at all intended to be an absolute truth about the conditions that brought about our dark ages, but simply a foundation we can use to continue building off of. And thanks to you guys, I was able to add to the theory. We all know that empires around the globe rise and fall, But truly understanding the fall from grace of an entire continent is another issue altogether.
Mm-hmm.
We have the working theories and explanations from previous scholars concerning this topic, and we can use it as a model to build on. But the overarching theme, no matter the theory, seems to consistently tell us one story. The greatest assets of Africa was ironically the catalyst of its ultimate demise. Our theory is now called the Five Gates theory, and as mentioned before in my previous video, the reason for the gates idea is because gates can open and close. In the past, these 5 gates were opened, and that led to the downfall of the continent. But because we can identify these gates, we in the diaspora can now understand how to eventually close them. According to our new theory, the African continent met its demise because of 5 reasons: African diversity, desertification, globally desired natural resources, human error, and finally, religion. Our first gate is a natural occurrence. Unfortunately for the continent, because human beings originated from Africa, it naturally saw the rise of human diversity. Human beings on the continent of Africa are said to be the most genetically diverse group of people on the planet. Linguistically speaking, there are countless different languages spoken just in one region, let alone the entire continent. Believe it or not, the very first signs of ethnocentrism or even prejudice began in Africa. Even though we today admire African diversity, it became nearly impossible to unify all these groups of people into one homogeneous group. Because of African diversity, Africa failed to invent a Pan-African identity, even on a small regional scale, and therefore could not maintain large, long-lasting states. Thus, our first gate is African diversity. Now, the way in which we solve that issue as Afro-descended people is not by ignoring our diversity, but simply acknowledging and valuing the fact that we're all a related group of people. Our second gate is also natural. Some may view the fact that Africa has nearly all the resources humans need to thrive and survive as a good thing. We rant and rave about it a lot in the diaspora, but this was a good and bad thing at the same time. Simply because when you have nearly all the natural resources humans need to thrive and survive, you become the #1 target on the planet. Another factor of the natural resources was the fact that Africans were able to build civilization fairly quickly because of these resources, and their wealth grew because of this. Gold being a common item of interest in the ancient world, Africa became distinguished in the world for its legendary wealth, which led the Arabs to say, "Against the camel's mange use tar, and against poverty make a trip to the Sudan." Sudan for the Arabs meaning Africa below the Sahara. So as we can see, they were already targeting Africa in their oral literature. Arab and European writers spoke frequently about the wealth of Africa, and this narrative contributed in their desire to plunder. However, invading armies or even migrations of people outside of Africa were not just seeking the valuable resources from African soil, but even the civilization that was developed because of this wealth, Egypt being a prime example. One very valuable resource was unfortunately free human labor that essentially had all the genetic material available to survive virtually any environment, hot or cold. And it's largely because of our first gate of African diversity why it was so easy to manipulate and eventually depopulate entire regions in Africa during the Arab and Atlantic slave trades. This event left the continent bankrupt as young, capable, healthy Africans were used for the cultural, intellectual.
You get me? Yeah, you see what happened to us, man. You hear what happened to us, man. You know what happened to us, man. Fuckery. A fuckery. Fuckery. Who came in and did what?
This event left the continent bankrupt as young, capable, healthy Africans were used for the cultural, intellectual, and economic advancement of other non-African nations. Thus, our second gate is valuable resources. Now, our third gate, at least to my knowledge, has not at all been explored in a way it should. This natural event was catastrophic, literally shifting the landscape of African civilization itself. What I'm talking about is the desertification of North Africa. North Africa essentially becoming a desert was a pretty devastating event for African people and African history, and for whatever reason, very few people seem to highlight this fact. We can just look at the wall paintings our ancestors left us, which clearly shows North Africa teeming with life and green pastures. Really imagine going from that to being faced with lack of food or resources in a matter of a few generations. The truth is, the Africans we see further south were once thriving in the North African regions we see today.
Message again, again, again. You get me? Yeah. Everyone will say, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm from East Africa. I'm from yeah. Yeah. You just guessed in our yard. You get me? When I say these things, they don't believe us. You get me? They say, oh no, you making up stuff, you blah blah blah. But look, everybody, this is the general consensus, man. Any normal thinking person can put the pieces together and come up with the same conclusions. Mud. Know thyself, you know. Bomba clad.
That to being faced with lack of food or resources in a matter of a few generations. The truth is, the Africans we see further south were once thriving in the North African regions we see today.
Tell them.
This desertification led to the forced migrations and displacement of many African people. These mass migrations made it very easy for later foreign invaders to sweep through with little to no resistance. For
Yeah, we had to bust out, man. We had to bust out, man. Who's gonna stay in the desert? I said this many times before. No one ain't. No. Why? We're gonna bust out, innit? We're gonna go another part that's more, conducive for life and all sorts. You get it? The whole continent's blessed, isn't it? But sometimes, yeah, some parts of it ain't blessed. So we got to keep it moving. This is why Napoleon's coming and finding Egypt deep in sand. You get it? Man, have to dig out the thing. Cause we left. We didn't die off. We just moved. Now someone else want to come and take the bricks and thing and build Cairo, and now that's their yard. Now they're Egyptian. But you lot came from all over the planet to that region after the fact. After the fact that these major drought, this mash up the whole North Africa, yeah, and we bust out. Some stayed, but they're gonna either be coastal, yeah, or there's some regions within that region that were still flourishing because there were some rivers still, especially when you're going up to the Middle East bit. Like, bruv, come on, man.
example, the invasion of North Africa by the Arabs. African people had to make a rather quick transition from thriving to surviving due to these new conditions in North Africa, which I'm sure affected their culture. There are many cultures and
Dirty Arab! Dirty Arab! The pale Arab, man, coming in with his fuckery. You get it? We had to leave, man. Whatever we was doing in them regions, we had to leave, man. Or you get kidnapped or you get thing. It's peak. Yeah. Now some of us in the other parts of Africa with amnesia don't even know how we got there. Stupid. Sure.
people that we've yet to discover because the evidence is probably buried under the sand. Even cultures we know existed, like the Garamantes, are hard to understand because we know so little about them. And the desertification of North Africa is partly to blame. Losing elements of your culture, history, and even civilization is tough to deal with, especially when many of these cultures heavily relied on oral history to know and understand its origins. So our third gate is the desertification of North Africa. Now, our fourth gate is not necessarily the most devastating, but it certainly played a significant role in the condition of African people today.
What happened? What
The
happened?
fourth gate is human error, a very simple, naive one at that. This gate was that Africans assumed the nature or social disposition of others was the same or similar to their own.
Again, bam, 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 gunshot. You get it? We're too nice. We're too kind. Melanin is a calming chemical. It makes you hospitable. It makes you, in the sun. Offer a man a drink. Offer a man a. You get me? We like that. That's our nature. That's our natural disposition. Do you get it? Chemically, whatever you want to say, metaphysically, physically, whatever. Yeah, boom. That's us. That is definitely true. Human error. We couldn't even conceive the wickedness of some of the mans them coming to us. And how they were thinking. We're thinking like, yeah, they're thinking like us. Oh, you want some man them, yeah? Yeah. We just beat up these guys in this war. You get me? Take them as slaves, man. Go on. Do your thing. You get me? Thinking you're gonna dress them up, you're gonna thing them like you're gonna treat them how we treat them. Do you get what I'm saying? And then maybe some of them guys will rise to prominence in your army or whatever, and do like we do it. Not like the way you did it. Who could conceive that? It's coming from another place and Hellenistic and all sorts and Kabbalic and all that mad thing in the minds. That's just coming to Africa. Yeah. Well, we got our own system of doing things and thing. Couldn't conceive. It's not done in this way. We don't do skullduggery. We don't take people's things unnecessarily. Like we take people things. Yes, we take people. You get me? That's how you win a war. You take man. You do take pause. You get me? You take everything. Yeah. Mad. But yeah, the main point is, yeah, man. We too kind, man. You know what I mean? We thinking that they're thinking our way with honor, or if a man want to fight you, just say you want to fight me. Okay, we'll organize it, form a little circle, and we'll do our thing. Whatever the tradition is. Is it spears? Is it swords? Is it straps? What we doing? Stay strapped cards.
Now, this wasn't true for some African ethnic groups, but this was certainly true for the overwhelming majority of Africans on the continent. African men in particular seem to have this incessant need or even burden to uphold moral uprightness, and at times they seem to have a desire to maintain this even in the face of social or economic annihilation. They appear to have maintained it due to this assumption about the nature of non-Africans. Now, what evidence do we have to confirm this? Well, this topic in general can be expanded on in great detail, but for the sake of time, I'll give you guys 3 examples straight from African kings themselves, and keep in mind that these examples exemplify the very nature of African people. These 3 kings include Oba Owari the Great of Benin, King Pi of Kush, and King Mvema Nzinga of Congo. Let's start with Oba Owari of Benin.
Jeez.
Oba Owari is
Ancestor.
considered the greatest king of the Benin Empire by many. Oddly enough, he is said to have predicted that Benin City would be burnt down in the future. This oddly specific prophecy from the king was strange enough, but ultimately he was right. 500 years later, Benin was consumed in flames as it was burnt down by the British. Now, whatever he actually meant by this prophecy doesn't really matter, but you would think that from his own prophecy, he would be hesitant to be so welcoming to foreigners. Well, that didn't deter him, and like the African kings you will see in these examples, he still decided to take the moral high ground. Oba Owari is quoted as saying, "Never make a stranger suffer, and whatever else you may do to a foreigner, you must not kill him. Forgive his transgressions, because he doesn't know the laws by which you live. Give him time and teach him the laws of your land." Now,
Come on, man. Come on. That what is that bars? That's bars, man. That's facts, man. Simple, man. You get what I'm saying? If you come to my land, you get me? Man ain't gonna kill you, fam. You get me? 'Cause you don't know how it run right here. That can run right now. Whether you're in America and you come and you get me, like I go and visit Chemo, I got to abide by the law of the land. You get what I'm saying? But I'm the most unlikely to get killed unless I completely violate the system. You get it? And it don't make sense if I go somewhere and man's not gonna school, man's gonna school me. Man's gonna say, do this and don't wear this or don't wear those colors. We're going into this area. Just keep it moving. Just be humble and just be yourself. Or you get it? You're gonna kind of know anyway. But yeah, this is why we family car. We have guides, and when you go and check someone, you say, yeah, don't go around that corner there. Yeah, and the niggas just be shooting and doing all sorts of crazy shit. They don't care about who from who. You get me? So you have to be dressed right or dressed correctly or whatever, and you can go other parts, and it's more sneaky. You get me? It could be the Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard, or whatever. Oh, it's really nice, and but you can get mugged, stabbed, shot, killed at any corner. So you better know how you're carrying yourself. Maybe wear some dark glasses so you don't get eye contact with certain men or certain people, or anyone take anything wrong. Little things like that. That's what we do.
of course, this is a nice principle to have, but via hindsight, we know that all foreigners on African soil were only interested in one thing. Unfortunately, there were transgressions that were forgiven by Benin, and they still were cautious in their approach to take preemptive action. Next, we have King Pi of Kush. Egypt during this time, from the Kushite perspective, was corrupted by foreign influence. And so the Kushite kings sought to restore Nile Valley culture, a culture they believe originated with them. Thus, the Kushites conquered Egypt, but they didn't destroy Egypt. They actually restored the culture and its many religious elements. Now, you would think that King Pi would kill the people he felt responsible for corrupting his beloved culture like any normal king. Actually, he did the exact opposite. He forgave his enemies and even gave them positions of power within the Kushite Empire. I mean, honestly, it doesn't get any more morally upright than that. And it wasn't just King Pi who did this. Other Kushite kings did the same thing. These Kushite kings exhibited the highest moral character by forgiving the people they claimed were destroying the very fabric of their identity. And our last one comes from King Mvemba Nzinga of Congo. This is probably the greatest example of African kings being more concerned with spiritual or moral uprightness than national security itself. King Mvemba converted to Christianity and was a genuine believer. He was said to be very enthusiastic about his newfound faith, and this of course excited the Portuguese because now they had a viable African king they could clearly manipulate. King Mvemba frequently wrote letters to King Manuel of Portugal. King Manuel, in attempts to butter up the African king, would often refer to King Mvemba in his letters as his royal brother. Ironically, King Mvemba was more spiritually Christian than the very people that converted him. He became increasingly disheartened and confused by the behavior of the Portuguese in his land and began to write many letters. The letter of King Mvemba Nzinga of Congo is such a great resource in understanding the nature of an African king. In a letter to King John III of Portugal, King Mvemba wrote him saying the following: "Each day the traitors are kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated. We need in this kingdom only priests and school teachers and no merchandise, unless it is wine and flour for mass. It is our wish that this kingdom not be a place for the trade or transport of slaves." King Mvemba.
Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, kidnap. You hear the words, them. Kidnap. Yeah, you're kidnapping our people, our thing, even our family members. You're kidnapping them, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? We're not on that, bro. This ain't no trading port, like of slaves. Like, yo, like, what's going on? You see what I'm saying? When you don't understand what's actually going on, the man they finessed you, unks. Finessed you, fam. Do you know what I'm saying? You come in with all this soft Christian stuff now, you over Christian, as Africans are, as black people are around the world. Anything we take on, we do 110% to our detriment. But then we also have this quandary in our mind, like, well, this no make no sense, or this ain't right, or this don't sit right, or maybe let me adjust this car. I need to do it in its purest form. Like, we're not messing about and trying to, half do, half cocked or whatever. Nah. Whatever we do with 110%. Jeez.
Wine and flour for mass. It is our wish that this kingdom not be a place for the trade or transport of slaves. King Mvemba is also quoted as saying, "In this kingdom, faith is as fragile as glass because of the bad examples of the men who come to teach here, because the lusts of the world and lure of wealth have turned them away from the truth, just as the Jews crucified the Son of God because of covetousness, my brother, so today."
Mud. Get me? He's doing biblical, he's quoting Bible and stuff. Like, yeah, that's his thing. Like, all right, cool. But you see what I'm saying? This is how they finesse us. They brought this weapon of mass destruction to some of us in Africa, and it just, completely simped man out. Turn the other cheek and do all of this and da 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 da. It just don't sit well with your natural African disposition. It's gonna lead to your downfall. Like, come on, man. Depends how you get this information or how you get this history about yourself or your ancestors and all of that via the Abrahamic or whatever. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's no problem with that. But what I'm saying is, who's delivering the message? Huh? Who's bringing the book to you? You got your own book? Cool. You ain't. The Europeans brought it and you know it better than them. Cool. But this is what happens when you don't. And that would have happened early before people, had time to philosophize and get into the books and because at least that facility would have been there in Africa. But remember, this is only for the royalty. Once you got the royalty and the people who matter, you got the people them. The man's meanwhile giving your book in one hand and kidnapping your people with the other hand. Crazy, but true.
Today, he is again crucified. However, his protests were to no avail as the Portuguese king had no sympathy. Congo was only useful to him only as a source of slaves and revenue. He replied, "You tell me that you want no slave trading in your domains because this trade is depopulating your country. The Portuguese there, on the contrary, tell me how vast the Congo is and how it is so thickly populated that it seems as if no slave has ever left."
Mud, 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 mud. Can you hear them bars there? Disgusting. Disrespectful. Yeah, South, come and collect your people, man. Fuck's sake. What is this? Levels of disrespect, you know? Nah. No, 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 no. That's a lot. You get it? Like, there's so much people in your land, blood, that even if we take slave or take people, yeah, let's not call them slaves, let's call them people. If we take people, yeah, you won't even notice. That's how much people you got in your kingdom. Fuck's sake.
So thickly populated that it seems as if no slave has ever left. So very clearly we see that King Mvemba was so trapped by his higher spiritual or moral standard that he couldn't even see that he was being manipulated by the disingenuous practices of the Portuguese. Now our last gate is very similar to the one that I previously mentioned, and that's the gate of religion. Now, the religion aspect of this theory can be a very touchy subject. This is not to say that any new religion introduced into Africa from abroad is inherently bad. It's only to point out that for whatever reason, Africans who converted to foreign religions seem to have unwavering loyalty to the religion over concerns about national security.
I said it. I said it. I said it. Did I not just say it? Come on. Come on. Yeah. It's weapons of mass destruction. It's who brings it to you. If you got it from prior before or from some monks or some other people, cool. You see, it just works. You just work it into your society. Yeah, yeah, you lot gonna, this is what we're doing. All right, cool. No problem. As long as it don't cause no harm to anyone, cool, we're gonna run with it. That's not a problem in Africa. It becomes a problem when someone brings it for a purpose, man. That's why we can call it a weapon of mass destruction, coming with a theology, a book, a religion. Do you get what I'm saying? In a negative way. So I can understand some people's protestation. They're like, "Well, you're Muslim," but yeah, I ain't that type of Muslim, bro. It's embedded in my culture, bro. What can I do? And we don't think of this thing the same way that you're thinking. You're thinking on the thing of someone bringing it, invader, forcing, whipping, kidnapping, and then giving man religion. That might be true on the European side with the Christians and some of the thing, but on all sides, it doesn't seem to be the case. Especially on the Islamic side, it's going to be there. It seems to be there, and you've got massive empires, African empires that are Islamically based, but it's not the same. You can see, you can hear, it's not the same as in what's going to come later. This new wave, this new form, mainstream, Arabized, and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, facts. Yeah. But remember, they're already still there enslaving man anyway. So how could that be the same thing that these other Africans were doing? No. But when they started to usurp certain things, it was like, oh, you Muslims already? Oh, well, we don't need to convert you. How you gonna convert a man who's already that? No, they might just tweak it and for their own devices. Yeah, hold this book. Do you get what I'm saying? Hold this Quran. You know what I mean? You make this the standard. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying? And then boom, all hell breaks loose. Society mash up, failed state, but that's in the modern time. Yeah. But as I said, look at North Africa. North Africa was like desert, man. It's like thing. The people who there choose to stay there for a reason. There's resources even in that desert. So some people choose to live that nomadic hard life and da 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 da. And those are the floaters, man. They're just moving from all parts of Africa and just decided that, for after generation, they traverse the desert. They want salt. They want this. It's a really, rich commodity in Africa from time immemorial. You get it? Right. Mm.
There are many examples of this. The Congo Empire being blinded by a false pretense of Christian brotherhood, with Portugal being one of them. But let's cover another African empire, the Songhai Empire. The Songhai Empire is considered by some to be the biggest empire in West Africa. Its downfall led to a very tumultuous time in the Western Sahel region. Like Congo, the Songhai seemed a little disillusioned with some false idea of religious brotherhood with their neighbors in the north. In truth, the Moroccans only viewed Songhai for the most part as a source of wealth. The fact that they were fellow Muslims didn't really matter at all. After the Moroccans defeated the Songhai at the Battle of Tondibi, some reports tell us that the people were protesting about being attacked by another Muslim nation. This report, if true, is very telling because it gives us insight into the moral attitudes of the people and their naive disposition. We in the diaspora must understand that no matter our religious beliefs, self-preservation cannot be neglected, and we
Facts.
have to learn from the errors of our ancestors. So what is the point of all this? What do we gain as Afro-descended people from learning this? Well, understanding what happened can help us shape the tools needed to build for our future. We must first be able to identify and acknowledge what went wrong so that we may garner the social, political, and economic capacity to remedy the issue. We can't look at this as a doom and gloom message. In fact, it's quite the opposite. That's why it's called the Five Gates Theory. These gates have been open in the past, but now we have the knowledge to close them.
Close that
The African
bumper clap.
continent and its descendants around the globe have inherited such a unique opportunity to make the most glorious comeback in human history. We have nowhere to go but up. But anyway, guys, please share your thoughts below. And if you'd like to support the home team, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself.
Jeez, that was bars. That was bars still. What y'all think of that, man? What y'all think of that? What? Yeah, jump on East Africans. Is that Caleb? Hmm. Come on. Get me? No one can claim anything African, bruv, other than the Africans themselves, bro. And we're all around the planet, bro. So as I said, our behavior pattern is similar. It's always the same. Whatever we do with a passion. If we Israelite, if we think anything we do 110%. We definitely the straightest and the truest form of that thing. Yeah. And sometimes to our own detriment. But we smart, we wily. You get me? We've come to grips with these facts and tried to learn. As you said, we tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Like, okay, what caused the problem? What caused the thing? What caused the downfall of certain civilizations? You know what I mean? But we know one thing. It definitely wasn't a bowing down thing automatic. You had to defeat us, man. You had to infiltrate. You had to do your fuckery. You know what I mean? And we're still here though. We're still here though. You know what I mean? We flourishing around the planet. The Most High still blessed us. You know what I mean? And blessed us with that piece of the earth there and other pieces around the world. Yeah, where we settle. Yeah, always seems to be rich and wealthy like Africa, whether it's the Caribbean or it's the Americas. Yeah, we always strategically placed where all the natural resources seem to be. Do you get it? It's like it follows us. I mean, all the good stuff follows us wherever we go. What's that? Oh, what's that planting? Just growing out the ground. What? What's this? Cassava. What? How? Maybe we travel. Maybe we have boats. Maybe we had, as they say, civilization before civilization. or before European civilization. Maybe we moved around, maybe we did stuff, maybe we traded, maybe. Seems to be factual though. I mean, no matter what you say. Okay, some guy we're dealing with slavery before Abraham is talking soft history. No, he's not. He's not. No one's denying the fact. Yeah, as I said, no one's denying the fact. It's just different forms of it, you know. And if you get attacked by your supposed neighbors or your cousins and your brothers in faith, you get me? That's a weakness, man, to not recognize that. That all skin folk ain't kinfolk and all of that. That's a weakness, man. You know what I mean? And as an African leader or whatever, a warrior leader, that was a bit, that was a bit not very clever, basically. But usually there's other determining factors why a civilization like the Songhai would collapse as well. You know what I mean? It's not usually just wars and shit. There's more other stuff's going on, internal wranglings, other people want to assume power. You get it? These goes through many hands, and sometimes once the original guy is gone, their generations are the one who take over and don't do such a great job. You get me? And then that's when the borders start getting pushed because other people are rising, other empires are rising. You get me, out of the dust of old ones and becoming new ones and encroaching on your region and your area, showing a lot of movement and activity and you know. But people ain't just dying off. Man, are not killing whole nations of people. People are taking over the authority of the area, and the people are there still. You know what I mean? In most cases. So depends. And what resource that region and what they specialize in. It's all there to see, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Europeans wanted everything that was African. Everything. The people, the land, everything. They wonder why God didn't bless them with such a thing. That they must be the most blessed of the Most High or Creator. Yeah, they must be those people talked about in the books. They must be. You get me? I think some people worked that out already and thought, yeah, man, we gotta have our some of this. Most resilient, most, you know, we can take them around the world. We can make them build bridges, do all sorts. You know what I mean? We can farm them. We can make a whole batch of new species and all of that. Right? All of that. All of that. Till today, to this day. Yeah, it's done in a more subtle way, but it's the same thing, man. Yeah. How am I? I know I'm living in Europe, but I can't conceive the mind of a European. I have to listen to what he tells me and deduce from that what it really is. And trust me, I have, and it's not good. It's not good at all. I mean, so yeah, man, jump on, family. Beefy, where you there, man? Jump on, man. You get me? Let's have a little chat, man. You get me? We come to that section of the show. We've done a little videos and that. Do you get me? It's time to talk. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. Big up Kemo. Big up Beefy. Big up everybody tuned in still. What's going on? You lot having your own debates, man. Mm-mm-mm-mm. You talking to Beefy? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. What you lot going in on? What you lot talking about? Yeah, jump on Beefy, man. Come explain what you're talking with Kemo. Because I know you, man. You just be throwing out stuff, trying to wind people up and that. Yeah, doing that little yeah that you do. Yeah. We brothers, man. We shouldn't be going to war, man. But no, war on information is always good, man. Healthy. Ching ching. Still sharp and still. So yeah. Who's jumping on? Who's jumping on? Links in the description and all that. Top of the pin to the top of the chat. And yeah, don't forget to hit the PayPal. I mean, we ain't got no super chat right now. But give us a time, give us a while. And we'll do that. We'll get that shit popping. Let me see what's happening. Oh, big up man like beef, yeah? You get me for your donation. Thank you, family. Thank you, family. You get me, man like Shaka. Big up yourself. You get me for your donation. Love for that, man. Come on, man. You get me? Support the cause, man. Big up the family, man. Come on, man. Yes. Anyway, let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What? This is a black man and philosophical approach. Let me see this. What am
Did
I
you know that
talking
you
about?
can make money from YouTube within the next 6 hours with a...
Shush, 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 shush. Shush. Okay, it's the little broski. Hope he's not simping again, you know. Because I hear a little piece, but it's alright.
Yeah, I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And today we're going to talk about the entire history of African men. So like my video on the entire history of black women, I can't go over, every black man in history. So I'm just going to go over and highlight some of the most significant black men in African history. Now, this video is not going to be exclusively about history, but it's also going to be a philosophical review of African men and their descendants. So like as women, black men are also very diverse. We can pretty much characterize black men into 3 major categories based on major language phylum. You have the Niger-Congo man, which is the black man's primary and most dominant language group. Then you have the Nilo-Saharan and the Afro-San black man. Black men's major civilization can be broken up by region. In West Africa, it was Ouagadougou, Mali, and Songhai. In Central and Southern Africa, it was Kanem, Congo, and Great Zimbabwe. And in Eastern Africa, he had Merowe, Egypt, and Aksum. These classical civilizations of Africa exemplify in part who the black man is and gives us clues concerning his nature. Upon studying these civilizations, you'll realize how different and diverse they all are, but more importantly, how his tremendous diversity impacted his story. You see, like all men, black men were never unified under any racial identity, but by ethnic or language group. But because the diversity of black men was so much more significant in size, this became in many ways his burden. The inherent beauty of black men and his greatness is his diversity, as it greatly contributed to the entire genetic fabric of our planet, literally building what we know today as a human race. But this greatness was also his weakness because due to the gravity of his diversity, he was never able to consistently conquer himself, advancing a unified social or cultural political meaning amongst his brothers. Our goal today is to try and understand black men and their history. So what was the first black man like? What kind of culture did he develop? What were some of his first thoughts and ideas? Well, the very first significant cultural trait we see black men create is mummification, a culture that the world would marvel at thousands of years later. The first sign of complete mummification was called the Black Mummy, found in southern Libya. Scholars proclaimed the boy was of sub-Saharan origin. You see, mummification is important into our understanding of the black man's first thoughts and ideas. Burying your dead in such a manner hints to the idea that black men knew there was something special about the human body and that somehow its preservation meant something. Later, he continued to advance and evolve in his thinking, and his process of mummification became intrinsically tied to how he viewed the world around him. This, in essence, became a religion. Thus, it was black men who founded the world's most significant religious thought. Black men were the first men to consume and digest the idea of God, at times even elevating himself, and especially his women, to the level of a deity. His religion is what continued to drive his thinking and even advance him into a civilized human being as religion demanded it. He began creating structures like at Nabta Playa in the Nubian desert, which was an astronomical observance, and according to some scholars, began one of the first cultures of sculpture development. According to some scholars, the man who sparked this culture in Africa seems to have been the Nilo-Saharan black man, arising from sub-Saharan Africa. As this Nilo-Saharan man moved further north, his experience changed slightly, and he began to develop what would later be adored by humanity. Preserving the human anatomy in stone and even measuring our place in the universe through astronomical observance, expressing our importance as humans. Once you think highly of yourself and the human body, you must then create institutions to preserve and protect it. And it was this man that is believed to have founded the first significant civilization in Africa, Ta Seti. This Nilo-Saharan black man is important to our understanding of the black man's first thought. And once we understand it, we realize he sparked what would later become a religion in African high societies. Now, the Niger-Congo black man seems to have been very different from his brothers. It was the Niger-Congo man that seems to have developed the most significant conquering spirit on the continent. As he apparently saw the need to expand his influence, he was the first to do this and was immensely successful at it, nearly taking the whole continent during the Bantu expansion. There is no doubt the Niger-Congo black man is the most dominant presence on the continent. In fact, even though there is no direct evidence of this, his expansion might be the very reason why we see Nilo-Saharan man further north. Given all of this, it would seem as though the Niger-Congo man helped to maintain and promote the matrilineal system of the entire continent, a system that his brothers seemed to embrace. He also seemed to be the first to train his brain with mathematics with the presence of the Ashango bone. Mathematics, of course, being one of the bedrocks of civilization. The ideas of the Nilo-Saharan black man seems to have been borrowed and further developed by the Afro-San black man. This Afro-San man seems to have been unique, as it was him that popularized the idea that the black man himself was God. He also popularized and improved upon the culture of his brother, the Nilo-Saharan, with writing, culture, and statehood. The Afro-San black man and his geographical proximity to the rest of the world assigned him with being the carrier of African culture and religion, exposing and introducing it to the rest of the world. Historically, it was his civilization that became the most recognizable and relatable to the rest of the world. So let's look at some black men in African history that exemplify the character of the Niger-Congo, the Nilo-Saharan, and the Afro-San. Sunjata Keita and Mansa Sakura of the Mali Empire are two examples of black men coming from humble beginnings, beating the odds and rising to the top. Sunjata was reported to be crippled and despised in Mali, but he defeated Sumanguru Kante, becoming the founder of the greatest empire in West African history. Mansa Sakura was literally a slave, starting all the way at the bottom and becoming the king of Mali. Shaka Zulu also speaks to the Niger-Congo experience. He literally influenced and changed the culture of an entire region, becoming the driver of a new culture, literally setting trends and changing the African space that he was in. The descendants of these Niger-Congo black men exemplify all these characteristics today. As black men in the New World suffered and survived the most gruesome act in human history, at times even gaining positions of power. But more importantly, he became the driver of culture in North and South America, setting trends that other groups of people began to mimic and even embrace. It's clear that the descendants of the Niger-Congo black man has inherited his characteristics. Even when he was robbed of his culture and identity, literally starting from the bottom, he began to recreate himself and start a new culture that still became irresistible to the rest of the world. King Narmer in many ways symbolizes the Afro-San black man. King Narmer was the first black man to create an empire on the continent. Even though it wasn't the first civilization, Egypt became the first significant empire in all of African history, an empire that led to great things. The Afro-San man's geographical presence along the coastal regions of Africa is significant. He was the first to introduce the black man's culture and ideas to the rest of the world, ideas and culture that became very influential outside of Africa. And he is believed to be the first to branch outside the continent, hence the name Afro-San or Afro-Asiatic. Then we have the Nilo-Saharan. He did something that has never been done on planet Earth. What he and his predecessors did gives us valuable insight into understanding the natural core of black men, the color of his soul, which continues to paint all black men today. What he did in ancient times is the closest thing we have to understanding who black men are. The Niger-Congo and the Afro-San black man did some things that can be seen throughout all men on the planet. But the Nilo-Saharan black man makes the distinction of all black men really clear. King Pi, the Kushite, went up into Egypt and conquered it, not to destroy it, but to revitalize and restore Nile Valley culture. The Kushites literally forgave their enemies and rebuilt the cultural and religious infrastructure of the Nile Valley, returning it to its African context. Never in the history of the world has any man conquered a region for the sole purpose of restoring their enemy's culture and worldview. Granted, it was a culture that the Nilo-Saharan Kushites believe belonged to them. But this very idea of forgiveness and restoration is unique. This one event exposes us to the core of all black men, how he views himself and the world around him. Despite the vast diversity of all these black men, the Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Afro-San black men, there seems to be one characteristic that unifies them, or at least dominates their nature, their core. It stems from a subconscious belief seemingly inherent to all black men, the belief that he is morally superior, or in other words, morally responsible for mankind, as if he'd been assigned by nature itself. The same way the Kushites believed the Egyptian culture ultimately belonged to them, thus making them morally responsible for its corruption. So too does the black man subconsciously believe that he is the first man, creating the first culture and the first civilization. Thus, according to him, he is burdened with supervising the moral compass of mankind. Why? Because in his eyes, nature itself assigned it to him. This belief, ironically, causes a very peculiar disposition amongst black men, which we'll call moral complacency. A disposition in which he very rarely fights against. I'll explain a little later. So how does this moral complacency tangibly play itself out? Well, the Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Afro-San never expanded outside the continent with the sole purpose of gaining resources and or wealth. The acquisition of land for black men had very little, if anything at all, to do with his feeling of worth or superiority. So ultimately, what is moral complacency, and how does it fit in with the story of black men? As black men left his home in Africa, he planted his seed across the entire planet. Every continent we look, we see pieces of his presence. But something happened that black men did not expect. He began to change due to his environment. In many ways, black men was shaping nature around him, and nature was loyal to him. But little did he know that nature was also shaping him. Thus, as time passed, the nature of his genetic, cultural, and spiritual seed began to be very different from what he remembers. This is the origin of his fear, but we'll get to that later. Black men descend from a continent with plenty of land and resources, so there never really seemed to develop a sense of urgency to survive and at times even compete. The key word here being urgency. Like mentioned before, black men were no strangers to diversity and language barriers amongst himself, but unfortunately, because of this, he assumed every foreign man he encountered had a similar nature to his own. One of his ills is his struggle to understand the motives behind other men that seek to destroy him, as he seems to have developed no need to genetically survive, as his genes and his subconscious opinion have been distributed throughout the entire earth long ago. And he also never developed an incessant need to feel superior to others, perhaps to his fault in a cosmic sort of way. In all men, he sees a sort of molecular piece of himself. This phenomenon, which I call moral complacency, seems to be unique to black men. Because of this, black men, especially today, largely succeed only as an individual. His greatness is seldom used to advance his own nation. Why? Mostly internal, but also some external factors apply, but ultimately because on a primordial level, he believes the world is his nation, as it originally belonged to him. His moral superiority has usually harmed him. That is his blessing and his curse, and though it provides him at times with cognitive dissonance, oddly enough, that is the only way he learned to be human. In essence, the only way he truly understands being human, and he feels burdened to teach mankind how to be like what he remembers, what he understands as human. The black man's greatest fear, no matter how irrational, is not that he will be annihilated, because to him that is simply impossible. The black man's greatest fear is coming to terms with the idea that the earth no longer belongs to him, that the earth abandoned its original creation, that he will not be the source of the earth's future evolution. that he will not be the source and the origin of humanity's next phase, that his idea of human is not what nature assigned it to be. This is why he remains morally complacent even when faced with the destruction of his own nation, because his moral complacency allows him to infiltrate himself in other nations, being the driver of its culture, becoming the ghostwriter for the social, cultural evolution of our planet. This is why he has no issue being successful as an individual in a society he did not create, because in his primal opinion, the earth will continue to belong to him, and he can continue to define what a human is. You see, back then, as he planted his seed across the planet in the beginning, he only saw himself and one version of humanity. But of course, this has changed. This is not the humanity he has come to know and understand. Thus, in his moral superiority, he will do anything to remain the driver of what he feels humanity is, cultivating its culture and its worldview, even at the expense of his own nation. However, the question is his commitment to moral complacency worth it? In other words, are his fears of an unfamiliar humanity worth his nation? This is a question that Black men are beginning to ask himself right now in the 21st century. What is the value of my moral superiority, and will nature continue to honor it? And when we, as Black men, finally answer this question, whatever the answer may be, it will greatly determine the social, political, and spiritual tone for the entire planet for the next 500 years. Why? Well, because Black men have always been the spark of humanity's cultural and spiritual significance. He founded the first human moral codes. Let's really think about the subconscious of Black men. Who was the first celebrated and well-known Black man in African history? His name was Asar. And what did Asar concern himself with in life? The first thing that Asar did was teach others how to be human, how to be morally upright, and how to build civilization. This was the first championed image of a man that Black men developed for himself. The first thought of Black men, his first celebrated figure in his mind, advanced characteristics of teaching men how to be human, teaching them a morally proper worldview. And what happened to Asar? He was killed and dismembered, and later his wife brought his pieces together and wrapped it up in the first ever mummification process. For the Black man, mummification exemplifies the importance of the human body, but more importantly, what the human body means and represents. The first man was morally upright, teaching the world the idea of what a man is and what a human is, and it was him who was the first to be mummified or preserved. To the Black man, preserving this ideal man or ideal human is of utmost importance to him. Even though Black men have been dehumanized and despised by all groups of non-Africans, ironically, he alone invented the human institutions that became the only thing separating man from beast: art, culture, and civilization. This tradition is continued amongst his sons. Non-Africans continue to obsess and absorb and even mimic the Black man's art and culture, but despise its creator. But strangely enough, that's not even the Black man's burden. The Black man's burden is not that he is oppressed and forgotten. His burden is being the moral, cultural, and spiritual compass of the human spirit. His curse is that he constantly seeks validation from which he deems the first reflection of his creator. nature, which in his subconscious mind may or may not be loyal to him anymore. Despite his extraordinary resilience to the most gruesome act in human history, his survival and his patience with humanity is unrivaled. One of his greatest attributes, which in many ways became a driver for his survival, is his creativity. Black men have continually done things that has not been done by any man on the planet. It's a rather impressive accomplishment. As most men on the planet needed the sword to do so, Black man has done it with his mind. Well, what is it? It's his culture. The culture of Black men is the only thing that has genuinely conquered the world, and that has become his greatest weapon for preserving his idea of human. Well, guys, I'm all out. I want to dedicate more time and attention to my videos, so I'm making the transition over to Patreon. All my videos are going to be on Patreon, including my full courses. So this is going to be the last African history video on YouTube.
Yeah,
So if you guys,
yeah, we like that, man. That was all right, man. You know what I mean? That man is God and all that. You know? Get into the mindsets and the philosophies. You know what I mean? All right. Let's do this quick thing.
one of the driving forces of racism in our world today is a constant narrative about Africans not contributing anything to world civilization. This self-serving idea has been used as a tool to justify the enslavement of African people and the dehumanization of their many descendants around the world. The disparagement of our intellect is merely a pawn in a larger goal of devaluing an entire group of people so as to discourage them in competing socially, politically, and especially economically. So today, I thought I would take the time to highlight the top 10 greatest contributions of ancient and medieval Africa. In other words, Africa's gift to the rest of the world. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you'd like access to full courses and sources, or you simply want to show your support, you may do so by clicking the Patreon link in the description box below. Now, this video is not intended to suggest that without Africans, these human accomplishments wouldn't exist. The key here is the word contributions. These African inventions and discoveries certainly contributed to the overall advancement of human knowledge and civilization. So please keep that in mind. To begin, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who seriously contests the fact that African culture significantly impacted the rest of the world. African people and their descendants around the globe have literally contributed heavily to the cultures of the many peoples they've encountered around the world. In fact, one can make the argument that Afro-descendant people are the most mimicked people on the planet. That contribution to humanity alone is very significant because, if we're honest, there are only a few things that generally separate human beings from other animals, and that's culture. And African people, through the many cultures that they've birthed, exemplify the excellence of the human spirit as a whole. Now, aside from that, let's get to the more recognizable aspects of human civilization and Africa's place in it. Coming in at number 10, I thought I'd start off minor with the African contribution of mummification. Human burial is a very important thing, even though historically we take it for granted. When human beings began burying their dead, it was one of the first signs of civilized thought. Dignifying your loved ones can be seen as one of the sparks of human civilization itself. And of course, Africans contributed something very unique with the mummification process. Among the first indications of human mummification was in southwestern Libya. This process involved the remains of a mummified boy dated to around 5600 BC, maybe even older. The Africans that did this mummification process removed the boy's organs and created an organic preservative so that the body wouldn't decompose. The discovery of this process is amazing because we now have evidence that the Egyptians were perhaps not the first to mummify their dead, and that this tradition was commonplace in other parts in Africa. The people are believed by scholars to have moved from below the Sahara, traveling northward, creating an advanced culture and society. At number 9, we have the African contribution of agriculture from Tanzania and Ethiopia. The impressive agricultural site of Ngaruka is considered one of the most important Iron Age archaeological sites in Africa. In or around the 15th century, the Africans there developed an intricate irrigation and cultivation system involving a stone block canal which channeled water from the highlands to stone-lined cultivation terraces. Apparently, great lengths were even taken to prevent soil erosion. Ngaruka thrived as an agrarian community for several centuries. One archaeologist concluded that Ngaruka must have been a truly impressive site, a flourishing oasis in the dry Rift Valley, with carefully controlled waters flowing through its stone-built furrows and into the extensive grids of leveled fields of standing sorghum and other crops, all overlooked by the series of neatly constructed nucleated villages. It would seem as though Starbucks is in debt to the discovery of East Africans, as scholars suggest that it was the Oromo people of Ethiopia who first discovered and recognized the energizing effect of the coffee bean plant. Coffee no doubt plays a rather significant role in the lives of everyday people around the world, and we have the Ethiopians to thank for that.
Lily. Yeah, come on.
Contribution to architecture. Aside from the grandest and most recognizable ancient structure on the planet built by Pharaoh Khufu, other Africans have contributed a unique architectural development all the way in Zimbabwe. The stone structures at Great Zimbabwe are the largest stone structures south of the Sahara. Now, there is some debate as to the date, but most seem to settle on the 11th century for its construction. These stone structures aren't just impressive because of their size and scope, but because they were built without anything holding them together. Mortar was a very popular way of constructing stone structures around the world, but the Shona people in Zimbabwe showed the world it can be done without it. Upon first sight of the structures, the
who
Portuguese were
people?
very impressed.
The Shona, yeah? Oh, man. Big up Beefy, man. What's going on? Shonas, yeah? you lot built Greater Zimbabwe in the 11th century. Big up, man. Come on, man. Tell them to put respect on your name, Beefs. Get me? Not just anyone's, you know. Weren't Zulu in them. Get me? It was the Shona. Shona. All right, sorry. Let me stop messing about.
So impressed that they didn't even believe that the Shona people built it. But thanks to genuine scholarship, today we confidently attribute this contribution to world architecture to the Shona people. In the 16th century, Vicente Pegado, captain of a Portuguese garrison in Mozambique, described Great Zimbabwe. Among the gold mines of the inland plains between the Limpopo and Zambezi rivers, there is a fortress built of stones of marvelous size, and there appears to be no mortar joining them. This edifice is almost surrounded by hills, upon which are others resembling it in the fashioning of stone and the absence of mortar, and one of them is a tower more than 12 fathoms high. The natives of the country call these edifices Simbawo, which, according to their language, signifies court. At number 7, we have the African contribution to astronomy. The Dogon people of Mali are a Mande-speaking people of West Africa who have contributed to humanity's knowledge of cosmology. Dogon cosmology has been observed by scholars and scientists who have been absolutely baffled as to how the Dogon people attain this knowledge.
How they do that?
Now, of course, the Dogon attribute their knowledge to ancient African astronomical ingenuity, observation, and even religion. The Dogon, since ancient times, were already aware of the subtle details concerning the star system of Sirius, obviously beyond what might be reasonably observed through the naked eye.
That's right.
The details included an understanding that Sirius is a binary star system composed of a large, bright sun-like star, Sirius A, and a much smaller, darker, dense, and heavy dwarf star, Sirius B. It's also reported that the Dogon were aware of the 50-year period of orbit of Sirius B around Sirius A, a value that the Dogon assigned to the interval between ritual observances of an important festival they call Sigu. The disbelief within the scientific community led to many who doubted and even chastised, but one genuine scholar named Germain de Terlaine produced a 400-year-old artifact created by the Dogon people that carried a depiction of the dual star system, proving the antiquity of Dogon astronomical knowledge. Dogon knowledge of Sirius B is very impressive and a fantastic contribution to human knowledge because the dwarf star wasn't even found by Western civilization until the 20th century. For number 6, we have the African contribution of metallurgy. One of the most valuable achievements in human history is the creation and manipulation of elements. The metallurgic sciences have advanced humanity greatly. It's been used for warfare, agriculture, and the building of nations. The science of metallurgy was a tool of human advancement, and Africans were masters of it. In West Africa, the manipulation of iron, brass, and other materials is surprisingly well known, largely due to the masterful art of the Yoruba and Edo peoples. Due to the development of metallurgy in West Africa, the people of Ele-Ife were able to create magnificent pieces of art. Later, the Edo people produced fantastic sculptures as well, using the lost wax process. Also, right in the heart of Africa, in ancient Congo, the Isi-Congo people had an extensive and advanced knowledge of the metallurgic sciences. A French scholar by the name of Georges Ballandier had this to say about the metallurgy in ancient Congo. There is no doubting the existence of an expert metallurgical art in the ancient Congo. Only the competition of objects from abroad and the slow deterioration brought about its decline. A further proof is provided by recent ethnographic documents. The Bakongo were aware of the toxicity of lead vapors. They devised preventative and curative methods, both pharmacological and mechanical, for combating lead poisoning. The invention of the metallurgical sciences in various parts of Africa is an absolutely brilliant contribution to human civilization. Breaking our top 5, we have something I consider to be very special. Remaining along the lines of the African metallurgical tradition, we have the African contribution to the Iron Age. The Iron Age in general is a relatively popular period in human history, and it can be considered humanity's transition into modern civilization. Africa has a very unique place in the Iron Age, but it's interesting to note that most of Africa didn't even have a Bronze Age. They completely went from the Stone Age straight into iron, which is very unique. This metallurgical leap, if you will, makes Africa the originator of humanity's Iron Age. One of the earliest known Iron Age sites is in the ancient Near East, dating to around 1200 BC. But because of Africa's great leap from stone to iron, we see iron smelting furnaces in Africa, specifically in Igbo land, Nigeria, all the way back to 2000 BC, nearly 10 centuries before we witness it anywhere else around the world. This suggests that Africans ushered in the Iron Age, one of the most important periods of human civilization. This is a fantastic testament to Africa's contribution to world civilization. Next, at number 4, we have the African contribution of mathematics. Right in the heart of Africa, we have what some scholars consider the oldest known mathematical tool in human history, the Ishango bone. Dating to around 8500 BC, the Ishango bone is considered such an important and delicate contribution to world civilization that it can be seen only by special arrangement at the Royal Institute for Natural Sciences in Brussels, Belgium. The bone was found in 1960 in the region of Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. It was named after the Ishango people who inhabited the area sometime between the 7th and 10th centuries BC. It was originally considered a simple tally record, but recent microscopic analysis has revealed additional notch marks, indicating that it may have been used as a lunar calendar. The bone itself has a quartz writing tool at one end, while the body is made of bone that is etched with 3 rows of notch marks, with each row having its own mathematical significance. The first row is a series of calculations based on the number 10. The second row contains prime numbers between 10 and 20, and the third is a multiplication table. The Ashango bone is an important indicator of the scientific progress in Paleolithic Africa. With the advancement of trade among societies, knowledge of mathematics and units of measure became increasingly important. Basic mathematical calculations were also used to predict the effects of drought or floods on crop yields. With the discovery of the Ishango bone, the long-held assumption that African societies were slow to develop mathematical technology and made no contribution to this field of human knowledge was significantly challenged and even outright disproved. Breaking our top three, we have the African contribution to medicine, specifically the surgery of cesarean section. Africans no doubt contributed to the methods of surgery that involve safely retrieving a baby from a mother's womb. This surgical procedure comes straight out of Uganda, and we have a first-hand eyewitness account of how Africans from that region achieved this. To put this remarkable African procedure in context, we have to remember that infection-free surgeries like this in other parts of the world were rare. Thus, the success of this highly advanced procedure by the Bunyoro people of Uganda was thought of as exceptional and hinted to its antiquity. Dr. Robert Falcon, an English medical missionary in Uganda in the 19th century, witnessed the Bunyoro C-section firsthand and wrote a very detailed account about what he saw. Bear with me as I read part of his first-hand account. The woman, a 20-year-old prima para, lay on a somewhat sloping bed, the head of which stood against the wall of the hut. She had been put in a state of intoxication with banana wine. She was quite naked, with the thorax tied to the bed, whilst another band of tree bark held her legs down firmly, and a man held her ankles fast. Another man, standing at her right side, held down the abdomen. The operator at the left side held the knife in his right hand and murmured an incantation. Then he washed his hands and also the abdomen of the patient with banana wine and then with water. Then after he had uttered a shrill cry, which was answered by a crowd assembled outside the hut, he suddenly made an incision in the median line, beginning a little above the pubic symphysis to just under the umbilicus. The wall of the abdomen as well as that of the uterus was severed by the incision, and the amniotic liquor gushed out, the bleeding parts of the abdomen being cauterized by an assistant by means of a red-hot iron. The operator then finished the incision in the uterine wall as quickly as possible. His assistant held the abdominal walls inside with both hands, and as soon as the uterine wall was severed, he pulled it apart with 2 fingers. Now the child was quickly extracted and handed to an assistant, and then the umbilical cord was cut. Dr. Robert Falcon continues his incredible detailed account and elaborates on the woman's healing process. His account is direct first-hand evidence of the African contribution to medicinal procedures and knowledge. Although we don't have an exact date of the invention, judging by the complexity of the procedure, scholars suggest that it must have been in practice since ancient times. Next, at number 2, we have the African contribution to writing. Now, in an older video, I showed my evidence that writing in the Nile Valley was, in all likelihood, invented by Nilo-Saharan Africans in Nubia. The so-called hieroglyphs greatly influenced all the civilizations in its vicinity, including Greece and Rome, as the Phoenicians copied Nile Valley writing and brought it to Greece. This was a tremendous contribution to world civilization itself. Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian who traveled to Egypt, spoke directly with an Egyptian priest, and he reveals to the world what this Egyptian priest told him. Here's what Diodorus has to say. They say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Nubians, Osiris having been the leader of the colony, and the larger part of the customs of the Egyptians are, they hold, Nubian, the colonists still preserving their ancient manners.
Come on.
For instance, the belief that their kings are gods, the very special attention which they pay to their burials, and many other matters of a similar nature are Nubian practices, while the shapes of their statues and the forms of their letters are Nubian. For of the 2 kinds of writing which the Egyptians have, that which is known as popular is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians, who learned it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged. But among the Nubians, everyone uses these forms of letters. We must now speak about the Nubian writing, which is called hieroglyphic among the Egyptians, in order that we may omit nothing in our discussion of their antiquities. These statements from Diodorus are very telling, and the fact that the hieroglyph for a human face is typical of the phenotype of a Nilo-Saharan man is also strong evidence for this Nubian invention of writing. Whoever invented this writing form clearly took inspiration from his own phenotype, or at the very least, the phenotype of those around him. The invention of writing by Nilo-Saharan Africans from Nubia would change history considerably and prove the invaluable contributions of Nubians to human civilization. And finally, coming in at number 1, we have the African contribution of intercontinental discovery, or what I like to call the human spirit of exploration. It's largely believed that Africans were the first humans, and without their spirit of exploration, the planet would not have been populated. All of humanity is in
message. You get me? If we didn't duck out of Africa and just go around the world and thing and go to Greece and go to this place and settle and start up something, you get me? We won't be having these conversations. You get it? Facts, man. Come on, man.
debt to the pioneering force of ancient Africans. Their genetic contribution to the human populace around the globe is something that simply can't be overlooked. From the expansion of Africans coming out of the continent, all the way to the African influence of Cheddar Man in Europe, Africans must be given their credit for being the spark to the many flames we see around the civilized world today. They had the audacity to move from their comfort zone into totally unknown and possibly hostile territories, bringing with them knowledge, agriculture, and most of all, the building blocks of human civilization. Well, I'm all out.
Facts, man. Take the L, man. Take the L, everyone else, man. Told you, man. Can't mess with us Africans, man. We run shit. Yeah, bunch of stealing motherfuckers.
Guys, if you like these videos and want to help out in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Come on. I'm done with this. I'm done. I think that says it all, mate. Says it all. Yeah. Might sound like, yeah, I'm always bloody going on. Yeah, but that's what it is. So yeah, I say it to my family. You get me? Who's jumping on? Who's jumping on? Who's jumping on? If no one's jumping on, man, I'm looking off, man. You get me? People got lives and that. Partners and that and all sorts going on. You get me? Come on, man. Talk to me. Who wants to jump on? Have a conversation with your boy Sniper. You get me? I'll give it 5 minutes. If not, yeah, man, I think that was a good show still. A little information, edutainment. You get me? I wasn't really in the mood to be talking, to be honest. And that's what I do. I let the videos and whatever do the talking. Those who think they've got another point of view. You know what I mean? To enlighten our people on what's really going on. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not a racist, I'm not biased, I'm not thing. I just know what it is. You get me? Truth, facts, knowledge. Class. You get me? Come on. Malak Ultra, big up yourself, family. Malak Kemo, Malak Beefy. You get me? And everybody tuned in and all that. You get me? Yeah, man, we got some who quotes African? What's going on? Go on. But we don't mind. African thing, whatever, man. You can go by tribes as we do. You get it? But we know what it is, man. We just being using the universal terms to describe all of us, really. You get it? That's our origin in some way or another. You know what I mean? And those are the labels they want to put it on it. But yeah, we know who we are and we know what we are and where we come from. You know what I mean? And we know our contributions to the world, fam. I mean, the hidden parts of history, that's it, fam. Get me? Everything that man's arguing about is that, bro. It's just like, yeah. When did someone come and take the story from your people and remix it and give it back to you? Yeah. But somewhere within it, you know what is you. That's why we can have these passions, and we're black men, so we know what we wrote and we put down. You get me? We can read the code. You get me? You can tell if a black man wrote that. You could tell if it was written for black people. You could tell if it was, all of these type of things. That's why I don't dismiss anybody's way of life or what they're thinking. I just hope that they see themselves within it. You get me? If you Chinese, then see the Chinese version of it. But if you African, if you black, like know one that it's the original way and it came from your people, and it's just probably a remix story of your people's life or thing. And some of that goes into the realms of supernatural and all of that. You know what I mean? Why shouldn't it? Since we invented the concept or the idea or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? The idea to philosophize and think on things and take down history in a particular way. You know what I mean? So these are the things that are definitely fundamental. Hmm. I hear you. I hear you. Switch assassin. You get me? I don't think it's a case of rammed into their head. I just think that in general the information is out there and they've got more accessibility than say when I was growing up. It was heading books and encyclopedias and all of this type of stuff. Internet came as a saving grace, but they also warned about the frailty of it, or you know how a web can entrap you. You know what I mean? A world wide web, yeah. But yeah, information wise, it's the information age, they say, you know what I mean? But all of it is about knowledge of self. Know where you are, know where you think, know where you come from, know what led to the situation that we're in now. Do you get what I'm saying? We can put that to more recent events, you know what I mean? That's quite easy. But in the past we want to know, like, how did it all start? How did it get to this? You know what I mean? And then when I keep going back and keep going back to basics, Tony Blair, I call it, you know what I mean? Go back to basics. It always seems to be, the darker hue people of the planet were at the fundamental source, or laying the foundation of a civilization or an area, and da da da, and then maybe moving from that area, other people come in of later generations and settle in there and come in with their own ideals and da da da. There's nothing wrong in that, but later on you can see that some people gather together certain ways of thinking and ideas of world domination, being the latter, being the people who came last in this situation. If we've just spent time on watching videos about people who were first in this situation, as in Africans, do you know what I'm saying? Then who came last of the peoples of the world? Yeah, it's got to be, and factually got to be Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're the babies of the family. So you can understand their their um their mission of discovery. You know what I mean? To dis and cover, to hide shit. You know what I mean? To know shit that happened before they even existed. This is a common theme that I always say. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, but you never existed then. Why are you talking? I understand why you interested, but this ain't your fight. This ain't your thing. This ain't your information. This ain't your clay pot. This ain't your wall. This ain't your, you know what I mean? Pyramid. This ain't your whatever. Do you get it? It is what it is. You know what I mean? And I understand, yeah, being family, yeah, you're the baby though. You know what I mean? You're gonna want to know what happened before you even existed. And it's wondrous. It's seven wonders of the world. It's these great monuments, artifacts, texts. Do you get what I'm saying? Ways of life and concepts and thing that, you know what I mean? People are still trying to get into. Like, people say, yeah, we're trying to move forward, but everybody's stuck firmly in what they think is the past and how it affects them in the now, and the predictions and the thing of things in the past. But that's not the whole of our past that they keep trying to thing. They give us fragmented parts of our history, and then that's what we're supposed to work with. You know what I mean? Their interpretation. So it becomes a difficult place to traverse when you're getting a one-sided point of view. And that also, that baby of the family is also the oppressor of many nations, the colonizer. You get me? The colonizer of many nations, and and the winner of various battles. So whoever wins the battle, man, he writes history, right? So this is the point. So, but we can read between the lines because we've got discernment, and we black men. You know what I mean? And black men got this extra special thing that we can look at certain things, information, and see and read between the lines. As I said, we invented the system of writing, all of that, language, everything. Do you get what I'm saying? So even though all of us might not know it as an individual practice, it's embedded in your DNA. So you've got this inkling of when you hear information and it's to be factually right without even having to check it. That is a skill that not many people who don't have melanin, or who don't have an abundance of melanin, yeah, could even conceive. Do you get it? So there's aspects to having abundance of melanin. Melanin coats all your organs. All of us have it, yes, but an abundance of melanin allows you to have different capabilities, think differently, taste differently, smell differently, have a different type of rhythm, all of that. So there's something to be said about it, like, it's interesting, but, you know, you know, but yeah, man, as I said, our influence to the planet and the later arguments, oh yeah, the Greeks and the Romans and the Greco-Romans and this is all later stuff. Interpretation on interpretation and interpretation. We always said that the Greco-Romans placed themselves in North Africa, could say they're Africans, but they're not. They're Alexandrians. You get me? And they learned a lot of stuff. They weren't being taught by us, but it was clear to see that people could interpret anything that we were doing. This is how, in certain respects, the religious aspect came in, because their pagan and Hellenistic views were religious. It was a religion. They did have a Messiah. They always had that. As a Christos Serapis, an anointed, you get me, Messiah, and all of this type of stuff. They had those concepts all throughout their pantheons and all of that. And they had these pantheons and theologies that we're calling pagan, but you know what they are. They're Greek, they're Roman, and Romulus and Remus and all of this type of stuff. Suckle the she-wolf. Like, what are we doing? But then when it comes to Africa, it seems all farcical when we're telling our story. That's why I say that I don't dispute when it comes to these ideas of the supernatural or strange things that are happening. I don't doubt that us as human had different capabilities at different points of history, or time. And as I think it was when we was more connected and more, there was no interruptions from different various other peoples yet. To get it, we was left to our own devices. We're still gonna war. We're gonna do things. We're gonna build cities. We're gonna mess up. We're gonna abandon the idea. We're gonna move to another location. We're gonna start all over again from scratch, and we're gonna keep doing that. And it's gonna be a cycle of, because as I said, is a city, living in a city, a really good thing for your spiritual and your metaphysical, or even your well-being, full stop. We don't know that yet. You know what I'm saying? And it's clear to see in Africa that when these things reach a certain level of, okay, this is our big civilization, we bossy now, we're gonna build this monument and that monument and da, how that had the tumbling effect. Once it reached its peak and pinnacle, it also came down just like a pyramid. To get it. So I don't know. You know what I mean? And I think we wrote about these things and warned about this constant coming together and getting new information and trading with outsiders and all of this and thinking that we can all live in the same space and not live in the way that we was when we came from the village, or you know what I mean, the small town that we came from, or the society that we came from, or if we was wild, or we traveled we lived in the desert and we traveled on horseback or camel and da. So there's so much diverse cultures within Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I said Africa could never be unified. That is a crazy idea. Crazy. Like, yeah, man, we're all unified. No, what? My history says we don't even come from this planet. Your history says you came from the soil. Or you came from some Muari or something else. Something. Unkulunkulu, or you know what I mean? Like, how are we gonna unify on that? Like, maybe spiritually, maybe they're all different parts of the same thinking of ideology, but culturally, no. Why should it be that? Yes, we all probably have a singular origin in certain respects to a particular set of people, but before that, you can't even go again. We're still going back into millennia, or, of human existence. It's just as far back as we can remember, in a sense. And our ancestors and their ancestors and their ancestors and their ancestors. Yeah. But I'm sure these things was going on for millennia. It would only make sense. That, in the last 5 minutes, then we learned how to smelt metal and do this, and all of a sudden construct buildings of stone and Stone Age. And what? Doesn't make sense. For a civilization to start building structures, yeah, they have to be certain parameters, and they fit all those parameters, like agriculture and enough swell belly, enough fish get yam. You know what I'm saying? Everything is running, yam, everything planting, cassava. You get me? Man, I even making beer and bread, wine, all sorts of thing, honey wine, all of them thing there. And then now you're gonna build pyramids because you got time to philosophize, write things down, make papyrus, da. You get me? And then the moment you build a structure, they're saying that's the birth of your civilization. Sounds dumb. Really sounds dumb. You know what I'm saying? It means the society got to a level of comfortability where you had time to do this or order such projects. Remember that the real Selassie was Pharaoh. Yeah? King of kings. Lad, all of them thing there. Conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. You get me? All of that. Yeah? That's for southern northern Egypt. Yeah, it's all northern Egypt theology and stuff. When we come back down, you get me, and we go to Sudan now, it's different things. It's the origin of that thinking. You get it? That thinking is consumed with the whole of up to the Levant. All of that, all the way down to that part of Egypt, North Africa, and all of that. All of that is one side of the family and one side of thinking, as explained, and I've explained it many times. Yeah. This is Nama's region. This is where Nama's from. Yeah. Nama, for our point of view as Yoruba, as being one of our forefathers. You get me? Who conquered that region, went all the way up to the top. That they're calling him the Scorpion King, and King Nama and all of this stuff. Yeah. Or Menes. Do you get what I'm saying? Father of the dynasties, starting the dynasties. The uniter of Upper and Lower Egypt. These mean these places fully existed. It was just his time to do what he needed to do. He came into power and said, yeah, I need to take back our region up the top there, because it seems like some people's encroaching and that. Let me just go over there, make sure that's all settled. Yeah. Oh, you lot calling yourselves Babylonians, yeah, and all of that. Yeah, whatever, mate. You get me? Hold this, take this L, but you know who run things. Boom. Another province. All the way up. So forget about Jerusalem and all of that. That's just on the way. You get it? That doesn't even exist yet. Mud. So you got to understand. And Nama is what we call Umradu or Nimrod, or yeah. And is the father of Dudua for us. You get what I'm saying in the thing. So that's our connection to that set of events and story, or biblical, or whatever you want to call it, or Egyptian. Before any dynasties, before the 57 dynasties or whatever of Egypt, it's mud. We're already dealing with certain things, man. You can see man, or hear man, or feel man rolling through. So when we say we're from them regions and all of that, and then later on we're saying we did a mass migration out of the Nile Valley all the way across to where we're calling Niger. Like these are the histories of some people, you know. Might start all the way in Mesopotamia, but there's definitely a period where we're in Mecca. You get what I'm saying? And there's definitely a connection with the language and the culture of Islam and all of that. You get it? There's definitely a connection. I mean, you might have to take time to work out and see what that is, but I can clearly see it. As a Muslim, if you Chaldean and your birth mother is a Kemetan woman, then you can understand that, you know, as a Muslim, if you ain't got no Kemet in your stuff, then you ain't a real Muslim. These are definite facts. You can't prove that you're from the lineage anyway. You can say you took on the faith and all of that, but if you know, like some of my Israelite brothers are trying to prove bloodline, I think Muslims out here trying to prove bloodline to certain tribes and thing of these biblical and Quranic scriptures, who are definitely African people and African tribes. You know what I mean? Because I don't know when these lot started calling them tribes, and you know the tribe of Askenaz, yeah, bruv, it's there in the book still, but you know, it's clearly not the same folks. You know what I mean? None of the same folks that are being taught in these biblical scriptures. So, you know what I mean? We're safe with that, man. We shouldn't even be beefing or arguing. Get me? We shouldn't even be beefing or arguing because it's all our information. It's all our thing anyway. You know what I mean? As I said, the remix is incredible. Yeah, it's what you're choosing to accept. I've always like gone to Speaker's Corner just to prove the similarities, the Abrahamic religions. I'm gonna prove the similarities of that because we quite versed in these subjects. So that's all it is. You know what I mean? I think, but over that, no, man. There are things much older, much more thing. There are scriptures that haven't been read that people don't generally have access to that we might have alluded to today. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying I've read a lot of these texts, and I can make sense of sense and nonsense. You get me? But more with the ancestors, you know, it's not really going to be nonsense. It's going to be based in some factual stuff. Yeah, they didn't have the system of lying and, you know, saying things they didn't mean and looking up other books to find out what the meaning of the word was. And no, we wasn't doing that. Definitionaries and that. That's why they can say it's Semitic or thing or you know, we've been going for it today. Going for it today. But all roads lead back to the Africans themselves. You know what I mean? In the terms of knowledge and information and thing and religion and all of that, and it all leads back to us. You know what I mean? How it's interpreted by foreigners and foreigners taking it on and yes, we bless you. Alhamdulillah. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, yeah, it's not yours. Yeah, don't think that you took on something. You took on your own thing if you took it on. Do you get it? It's just knowledge of self and your people, the peoples of Africa. Whether they traverse deserts or they live in caravans or they, you know, call themselves Egyptians or call themselves Israelites or call themselves whatever. This is the story of our movements and our travels in certain regions of Africa, not the whole of Africa, but it specifies. It's dealing with bloodlines and a specific bloodline and what the movements and the thing. But for us, that's the movements and the thing of southern Egyptians or northern Egyptians, as they would say. Yeah, when you're in the biblical time, with a little sprinkling of many of the other tribes, you know, just passing through or setting up place and then moving to another area. There's lots of movement. We're migrational people, and as I said, when you got certain places that were plush, turn into desert and all of that, you got to keep it kicking, man. It's down there now for you, man. We out, man. Let's go to a more fertile place or a different part of the continent to go and set up again. See, we had no problem in leaving the monuments and all of that type of stuff. We didn't have a problem with that. It's Europeans that just can't believe that we would do such a thing. We had to have died there or something happened, plague, war, where everybody got killed. It's like, no, bro. Why can't we just leave? It's minor. We built it once. We can build it again if we need to. Maybe it's not necessary. It's there for all times. Like, let's move on. That is very African thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I can see in my country, like people build mansions, have big houses, and and then let's move on. Someone else is gonna enjoy it. Come and live in it, and this is my house. Yes, yes. Did you build it? Yes, yes. Liar. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but whatever, innit? We've got examples of that all around the continent. You get me? People moving into old man's house and graveyard and whatever. Like, yeah, do your thing, man. But just acknowledge the bricks and the foundation that built your thing is built on our ancestors' backs, or things that are their achievements, or things that they put up for their own gratification or entertainment, or maybe not even that. But yeah, man. Let's go. Let's go. You get me? But yeah, man, big up everyone, man. You get me? No one jumping on you. You get me? Oh man, hit the PayPal, man. You get me? If you like the works, you like the entertainment, you like the chat. You get it? You did it like that. Yes, family. So yeah, you lot beefing there, but I say, first notification, Exodus. Yeah, but it can't be like the first migration in the world, innit? It's just a particular story about a particular time in history. You know what I mean? Uh, 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 uh. Mm-hmm. I said left Babylon, We're still talking about Israelites now. Is it still Israelite beef? What's going on? What you lot on? They fled to Alexandria. Who did that? Yeah. Where's Ezra, man? I need him, man, to show him out. Bro, you was telling me Maccabees, and I was told by the rest of man, Maccabees, all of this. And when I got the Maccabees, I found out it relates to the Macedonian kings. Who's the Macedonian? Alexandria. Macedonian. Fuck's sake. Is that what you left out? Get out of here, man. Yeah. Is that what you left out? No, you lot are rude. Do you get it? But another one showing you just like the Book of Enoch and other books. They're just not in the books, man. That they give out to us mere mortals and that. It's mad. Definitely. Language is dangerous, man. Get me? And a man's interpretation is also dangerous. A man putting out his version for a purpose is very dangerous. It could be considered a weapon of mass destruction. Therefore, you know what I mean. But we're definitely gonna get away from the fact that the language, once it's in that region and it's Semitic, you're talking about us. Shemitic, Nilotic, whatever, Otic. You get me? Whether it's Niger Congo, all Semitic languages, all of that. All same people. Bam. Game over. All family. We're not going to get the last people, the Euros, who I don't know how they got their version. They're saying this is Hebrew, isn't it? But it's not the old Hebrew, the paleo. It's not even the paleo. You get it? So, like, what we doing out here? And you blatantly said you converted to the thing. So allow us in it. Allow us mere human beings. You get me? Yeah. No one ain't trying to refute your claim. Not even the Israelites themselves are trying to refute the claims of these Jebusites and these Canaanites. Mud thing. You know what I mean? Now calling themselves Jews. Mud. Mud. Get me? But we have to, you know, what I say? Kill the snakes by beating the grass. You get me? Separate who from who. You get me? Who's the real Israelites out here and who's faking the funk? You get me? Because there's bare man faking the funk, making claims, and attaching their thing to our thing. So that's all I know. Yeah, that's all I know. There's bare man out here attaching their thing, and they're getting away with it, family. While we're arguing and thinking, they're getting away with it. No one ain't refuting their claim. No one ain't looking into the research and saying like, bro, your thing's Kazar, blood. Your thing's K Bala. Your thing's K Bala things, man. Like, what are we doing out here? What was you doing before you took on the Torah? What? You weren't that. There's no way you could say you was that and then you took it on, because you wouldn't need to take it on because you would have been that, innit? No? Bruh. Let's not fight, family. You get me? At the end of the day, we all need to see the bigger picture, you know? The bigger picture is that somebody's spinning a yarn and got us all involved in it. You know what I mean? Or has our story and is not telling it 100% accurately, which is leading to these little arguments and debates and these, you know what I mean? These discussions and these sometimes passionate ways of thinking. Like, how can we be passionate about something we're not 100% sure about? You know what I mean? Until we go to source. I mean, once we go to source now, then we start to see what's going out here. I mean, and the purpose as, again, author and authorization. But I'm going to leave you people with that, man, because, you know, life goes on, man. I'll probably catch you on Sunday. You get me? But yeah, man, I'm going to try and go and live life, man. I hope you lot have a good weekend. You get me? It's your boy Sniper doing his thing, standard. You get me? But yeah, make sure you hit the like, comment, subscribe. Definitely the subscribe button. This is where we're doing the thing, man. You get me? So big up everyone for tuning in. Big up all the family.